Hello! What's up, everybody? How are we doing today? What's up, Ankthar? What's up, JR? Scratch, Zulu, Shazar, Wet Wolf, Volpin, Saladino, Warren, 10 bucks, Foolish Flames, Kyo, Arts, Fear the Dawn, Seven Toes, Bob Rocks, Drama, Faulty Algorithm, Sugar, Hiccup. Hope everybody's doing well on this. When? Thursday? Hold on. What day is it? Thursday, November 14th, 2024. Sorry for not being live yesterday and the day before. I had a pretty huge migraine on Tuesday, which required me to sleep through it, which of course meant that I woke up much later on that day, which means I couldn't go to bed on Wednesday, which means I pretty much had 3 hours of sleep before the normal time where I was supposed to be streaming. And I was like, you know what? That is not the play. So I stayed up in a very tired and bad state. Definitely not good enough to stream. You know, took the time to do some cleanup around the house, clean up around the face, you know, a little bit of trimming here and there. Took a day for myself, right? Played some video games. I played some Black Ops 6 Zombies mode, which, I don't know, was super fun, even though I never played a Call of Duty game ever in my life. That was super fun. And then slept for about 11 hours to fix my sleep schedule because I was exhausted. And I woke up fresh like a daisy today. Is that an expression? I don't know. I'm deciding that it is. What's up, Suck in a Jar? And now I'm ready to go. Look at me. I'm ready to go. I don't think I'm gonna have to take a nap after the stream because I feel super rested. Like I feel like the bags under my eyes have disappeared a little bit. You know, I feel like 5 years younger, probably, something like that. I don't know. And yeah. I am intrigued. Wait, hold on. 1 second, my mom's texting me. I gotta respond to that. What's up, Redacted? How are you doing today? Zombies is about the only thing I enjoy about Call of Duty, mostly because I play with friends and like to. Oh yeah, I was playing with Elisa Prey and it was fun. So I don't know, like there's a few things like playing. I went through the tutorial while she was like setting up her computer. And like a lot of like the movement mechanics, I was like, that's pretty interesting. Like it made me almost want to play the campaign, even though I'm sure I'm not gonna enjoy it very much. But I don't know. It sounds. I would definitely not play the multiplayer, like normal multiplayer game, like PvP multiplayer in Call of Duty. I don't think I'm interested, right? I get enough frustration, multiplayer frustration, like PvP frustration, I should say, rather, from Street Fighter. I don't think anything else on the stack when it comes to mental damage. So yeah, I'll stick with Zombies. It seems super fun. I'm excited to play more and uncover like the secrets. I expected it to be just like waves of zombies, but apparently like there's actual like objectives and secrets and like even lore to uncover on those maps. Like it's pretty actually interesting. Yeah. It's quite a fascinating little mode they've got there. Like Left 4 Dead, not really, but kind of. I don't know. Not really. It feels very different than Left 4 Dead, in the way it plays and the structure. But it's like you're not just like holding up in a corner and facing waves of enemies. I mean, you can if you want to, but there's like actual progression mechanics on the map. You need to open places, go further. There's always like a main objective, then you gotta extract, and suddenly you find some like secrets that you know, we found a key that we have no idea what it like. It's supposed to open a shed, but we have no idea what the shed is. So that's like one thing we're gonna try to find next time, is explore the map so we can find the shed that the key opens, right? And the thing is, like, some stuff unlocks later in the map when the waves are becoming harder, so you know, it becomes a real struggle to survive and get to the objectives. It's pretty funny. And the rounds are short, like, it's, yeah. And the meta progression outside of the game is pretty cool. You get better weapons, you customize your weapons. It's a fun mode. I enjoyed it. How are you today, Redacted? Good to see you. Feeling better after surgery on my arm. Doesn't hurt as much. Hey, that's awesome. That's awesome. Let me, we can go sit on the main menu. Also, we have a freaking, we have the survey to continue today. I'm excited for that. Would you ever play a Metro game on stream? I mean, I know the Metro games are on sale right now, right? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe $10. It's definitely not a priority, but at some point, you know, there is a day in the future where we run out of games to play. Hopefully by this time, the channel is big enough that I can play whatever old.
CyberLife, the company that manufactured me, is conducting a user survey.
Funny you should mention that.
Would you like to participate?
Yes, actually. We were really just about to do that.
Do you think that technology could become a threat to mankind?
Well, that's going to be an interesting question. Also, Jesus, that is bright. You know what? I'll come back to the survey in a minute. I should have said no. That is way too bright.
I hope you had a good day.
I did.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I've never seen such a friendly video game before. It's a blood flowers. You think to my eyes? Yeah, no, like this. The only thing I wish was that the menu was a bit less bright. That's one thing. But she's really pushing for that relationship with an android. Hey, listen. I'm not saying anything. Dark mode doesn't exist in the future. Maybe they want people to be like fully awake while they watch their devices and all that, right? Don't want anyone to fall asleep at the wheel.
The most important thing is not to
live. I
live.
know.
But to have a reason to live.
It's like we can't escape those quotes anymore.
That's a quote from Jean Genot, a French writer.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm not interested. Artwork, videos, soundtrack, gallery, magazines. Can I just click on this without looking at it? Yes. Okay, I'm just gonna click on those things without looking at it, because I don't like notifications. New magazines. I've read all the magazines that we found. At this point, I'm pretty sure. Wait. This one doesn't... Is your Android spying on you? Oh no, I remember this one. But yeah, no, I hope you guys had a nice past couple days. Once again, sorry I didn't stream yesterday and the day before.
Do you remember that survey I mentioned? Perhaps you'd like to take it now?
Okay. You're becoming very pushy about that survey thing.
No problem. Maybe another time.
Yes, literally in a few minutes. You just have to wait. Did she ever say her name? I was gonna call her by her name, but I realized that I don't think she ever said it. That's a bishless. Why does the fucking, like, every screen have to be so bright? Jesus. So yeah, there's a part of me that is tempted to stream tomorrow as a compensation for not streaming in the past couple of days and make some progress on Detroit, right? Because I wanna move, you know, I wanna move forward with this, the Cageathon, because I'm excited to I'm excited to also get to The Last of Us and all that. and then Undertale in, you know.
By the way, did you know that you can review your story progress in the story chart section? You can also see the choices made by other players there.
Where's the story chart section?
Accessing the extras section. This is your story chart.
Oh.
It shows what parts of the story you've explored.
Maybe you should have.
And what parts you've missed.
Maybe you should have called it
you
story
can track
chart
the choices
instead
made
of.
by other players, and do many other things besides. You can use this chart to replay from any point in the story, but the people who designed me recommend that you play through at least once without going back, no matter what happens.
No matter what happens.
Either way, it's your story.
Oh yeah, I remember now. We failed a fucking mission because the game never told me that I was on a timer. Oh, now I'm mad again. What's up, Naz? It's fine. I'm over it. I'm accepting it as the consequence of my actions, even though I think it's a bad design decision. I still think it's, you know, I think it's fine. I'm accepting it at this point. How are you, Bishless? How are you, Naz? Are we Seems immersive not to let you know. I disagree. I mean, I don't know if you were there when we discussed about it, but
I don't know if I mentioned this, but I like your interior decorating.
you mentioned it in the past.
It really reflects your personality.
I agree. I think it's fantastic.
I mean, I like it.
I would like yours better if it was darker. So the way I was mentioning it, Naz, was that I feel like there would have been immersive ways for Connor to notice that Hank was impatient. In fact, I think it would have even improved the sort of dynamics between the character, right? Having him notice like facial expressions on Hank's face and be like, he seems impatient. Let's get going, right? That would have been a fun way to reconcile sort of gameplay, informing the player and at the same time keeping it immersive and make it like, you know, push the character of Connor who's noticing details and all that. I think that would have been cool, but oh well. I mean, it's not a huge deal. I mean, it is what it is. It just I'm frustrated to miss potentially interesting stuff in the game. But that's always gonna happen. It's always gonna happen in a game like this, especially this one. Like, it seems like there's so many different paths in every chapter. You're gonna miss stuff, so whatever. I'm okay with it. I've accepted the reality of it. I was just frustrated on the day off. What's up, Kaiser? Are we on for Street Fighter tonight, Naz, or do you have some gaming stuff happening?
Did you know Detroit was on the
Getting in the
Underground
streets? Hell yeah.
Railroad? A
I'm
route
excited.
for slaves escaping into Canada during the American Civil War?
I did know that because you told me in the first day, miss. Which is a not so subtle hint at what the game's about, but worries about one of our cats finally sorted, behaving normally again. Hey, nice, Sanctar. That's awesome. Yeah, sometimes cats are just being weird. I remember you mentioning it, I think, actually. Previous stream. Or was it on another stream? I don't remember. I remember something you mentioned about like puking or whatever. But, yeah, sometimes cats are just gonna be weird for a few days, and as long as they're eating, right? And usually it's okay. It's when they stop drinking and eating that you really have to worry, I think. But based on my experience with cats over the past 2 decades of my life, at some point, would you know it? At some point, when I was living with my grandmother, when I was a kid, there was a point where we had 12 cats. All completely domesticated. Most of them, like, you know, we have, obviously we lived in the countryside, a big sort of old renovated farm land with like a big garden and all that. Bunch of cats always going around, and you know, most of them were just hanging outside a lot of the time, but
I don't know
they were
if I
all super friendly
this,
and, you know.
I like your interior decorating. It really reflects your personality.
No one allergic,
I
no?
mean, I like it.
And we really enjoyed cats at the time. We were also whenever, you know, some of them would have a litter of kittens, we were very much like distributing them around, you know. At some point, I feel like the majority of the cats in the village came from our, you know, our like generational tree or whatever. Everyone wanted cats. It was a different time. Yeah. Unfortunately, that sort of thing leads to a lot of heartbreaks, because if you have a lot of cats, you lose a lot of cats, you know, regularly. So unfortunately, you know, some of them pass away, some of them get, you know, there's a road in the village, so where, you know, where I lived when I was a kid, so you would fortunately have some cats getting
if you find the game
hit by
too
cars
easy
and all
or
that.
too difficult,
Unfortunate.
remember you can change the difficulty settings in the options section.
That's how I learned about grief when I was a kid, was my cats getting hit by cars when I was younger. Heartbreaking. But what can you do? Like, it was, you know, we live in the countryside, right? So they're going to be free to roam outside. Like, we're not going to keep them in the house or anything. So had to deal with it, right? Lots of heartbreaks. But yeah, like the 12 cats was a short period of time, right? That was really the peak of how many cats we had. Most of the time we had like five or six, I think, when I was a kid.
I hope you're okay today. I know sometimes things can be difficult, but I'm here for you.
Thanks. I was just talking about something really sad and she got perceptive of that. I'm worried a little bit. Is she listening? Yeah, I don't know. What is going on? My controller microphone is off, so I don't know. Are you reading my mind? I'm looking at her in the eye right now. Are you reading my mind? Do you know what I'm thinking about? Yeah, but the webcam's not connected to the PS5 though. She's watching the stream, yeah. David Cage, you did it again. And the music is kind of almost mysterious and scary now, and she's just piercing, looking at me in the eyes. Anyway, so I was what I was saying earlier at the beginning of this whole tangent, I think, was that I was...
If you find the game too easy or too difficult, remember you can change the difficulty settings in the options section.
Thank you. Is there a menu that's not too dark that I can sit on that doesn't... Sorry about that, I need to blow my nose. There we go. So I was hesitating to be like maybe stream tomorrow to compensate for the lack of streaming this week, but I don't know if it's a good idea or not. You know what? Maybe I'll decide at the end of the stream today. We'll see. Or yeah, I don't know. Your call. I think I should probably stick to the schedule, right? In order to not screw it all over again. If
the most important thing is not to
if
live,
I start doing something that's out of the norm, then I risk
that's a quote from
throwing my
Jean
schedule off again,
writer.
right? And then you go back in the same shenanigans. So maybe I should stick with the days off and come back fresh on Sunday, right? Yeah, we'll see. And also, I think, was it Zulu that asked earlier? I added Fridays to my days off for the Cageathon. Anyway, let's look at the survey. Finally.
Do you think that technology could become a threat to mankind?
Do you think that technology could become... So we talked about it a little bit last time I streamed, right? I'm pretty sure it's already happening. It's always been happening. Technology was always a threat to mankind, inevitably. So much technology is like developed to wage wars and all that. Like even back in, you know, like some of the first things human developed were weapons by, you know, sharpening a stone or something and then attaching it to a fucking, you know, branch to make a weapon. Now, if we take the question on a bit more of a fundamental level, and can it, like, threat to mankind as in, can it lead to the extinction of mankind? I guess yes. I mean, the fact that it says could is a bit open, right? It's a bit too open to say no, I think. If it is, do you think that technology will be the end of mankind, then that would be a bit more of a nuanced question, but... Well, maybe Zico Nation, but that would be... I think at this point we're getting deep into the semantics of it, right? Because like technology doesn't exist without humanity itself, right? It's just the means by which humanity is threatening itself, right? AI is one of the possible factors of extinction. I doubt it will be, but I mean, it could be for sure. I mean, I think the most obvious path to extinction related to technology is global warming, like climate change, right? That seems to be the obvious way in which technology is directly gonna lead to our eventual extinction. Now, there's also a path where technology saves us from climate change, depending on how it, you know, what kind of technology we can find, and, you know... But I'm pretty cynical when it comes to that. I feel like... I don't know. I have my doubts. I think this question, I mean, to me at least, it seems hard to not answer yes. The way it's formulated, especially, like, could become a threat to mankind. Yes, obviously yes. I mean, it only takes one nuclear bomb to be launched, and this is all over, probably. Like, I mean, some form of mankind will most likely survive, right? But what conditions? And I don't know. This to me seems like an easy yes. Yeah, I'm gonna go with yes, and I want to see what the next question is, and I actually want to think about the next question today. On a small scale, getting worse, people out there committing suicide because they are because their AI girlfriend convinced them. Yeah, I've heard about that story. So obviously, while this was a triggering event, right, that particular thing, I think, I mean, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know the situation very clearly, but do you think it's unfair of me to think that that person would have probably tried to commit suicide anyway? Because of some other thing, if it wasn't that? I'm not trying to defend, you know, technology, but it feels that it's more of a symptom than a cause in this case. I don't know. I mean, you don't know. Sometimes, you know. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a actual like study about the fact that a lot of suicide attempts are triggered by very isolated event, and if the attempt is survived, a lot of like there's quite a few people that never try again because an isolated event was enough to push them there. But then, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean they would have done it otherwise. So I don't know. What's up, Bitkiss? What's up, Timmy? If you were a betting man in the 50s, would you have bet on nuclear war by now? I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't... I've studied that period of history when I was in college, but obviously... what do you think when you're actually living it? We don't have... Without the hindsight of it didn't happen, right? Because obviously the Cold War... You know, how close were we during the Cold War to have a complete nuclear apocalypse? Many people would bet that we were pretty close. We'll never really know, right, how close we were, but it was pretty damn close, according to most people, most historians, and you know. So I think it was a fair bet to bet on it, right? There is a chance that the timeline that we're living with no nuclear war happening during the Cold War was actually like, you know, the odds were minimal that we might make it through without anything happening. There's a chance we're in the luckiest timeline when it comes to that. Obviously, it's not, you know, it's not as easy to, you know, you can just put odds on something that did or did not happen, right? It's not a fucking dice roll, but I'm just saying. Feels like we were pretty damn close in a few spots there. Like the Cuban crisis was a huge point, for instance, and that was, you know, according to some, not even the worst moment of it. So, what's up, Infamous? Infamous, sorry. How are you doing today? Thank you for 17 months. Appreciate that. It's a lot of months. Thank you for the resub. Infamous Distant, you will be remembered. What's up, John McClurk? What's up, Trim? What's up, Goose? There was a Russian soldier who was told to launch and didn't because it. Yeah, I've heard about that story of the dude who didn't believe you know, the reports, and he thought it was a mistake even though the instruments were telling him otherwise, and he was right. Thank God. Yeah. People are running bets on American politics and the price of eggs. People will find any way they can to waste money. People are really good at wasting money. It's kind of crazy. Just like you guys throwing money at a fucking Twitch streamer who never streams because he's always stuck in bed with migraines. Because they thought Abel Archer was a real deal. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that nothing happened during the Cold War is actually nothing short of a miracle in many ways. Let's hope we'll be so lucky in the upcoming decades, because it feels like tensions are only gonna get worse. But maybe not. Maybe not. I wonder what kind of hindsight we'll have over the beginning of, you know, the past 20 years since 9/11, pretty much. I wonder how we'll look back at it in like 50 years or so. I don't know if I'll be around still at that time, but it'll be interesting. Quality over quantity. Quality has been pretty good. Well, I'm glad. Thank you. You refuse to approve a launch? Yeah, that makes me want to watch Cold War movies. Like, what was it? Like the submarine one? There was a submarine movie that takes place in the Cold War. Was it the Hunt for Red October or something? Or am I confused with another one? Yeah, what's up, Stoner? Is that the one? Yes! Yeah. Oh man, that movie is so good. I need to watch it again. What's up, Soplia? How are you doing today? And there was another one with, what's his name? Gene Hackman and Viggo Mortensen. Crimson something? Crimson Tide, I think. I'm not sure this one was taking place during the Cold War, though. No, that one was more modern, but it was also on a submarine. Denzel, yeah. Oh man, I think I'm gonna watch submarine movies in the next few days. Oh. Almost started a... Yeah. I think I'm gonna watch some submarine movies eventually. Those are good. Love the Cold War aspect of For All Mankind. Oh yeah, I still need to watch that one. That's the one that takes place on the moon or something, right? The plot of For All Mankind always reminds me of damn it, what was the Battle Zone? Do you guys remember Battle Zone? Like the late 90s remake? It's pretty much the plot of For All Mankind. Yeah. Yeah, I should probably watch For All Mankind. I need to finish watching The Bear first. Still haven't started season 2. I haven't watched The Expanse yet. I'm gonna watch The Expanse when I play Mass Effect Trilogy on stream. I'm gonna be watching The Expanse as a companion to that, I think. I like to watch stuff that sort of resonates with what I'm playing on stream most of the time. Although I'm not doing that lately, but, you know. Part 2 of Season 6 of Cobra Kai is coming out tomorrow. I'm very excited for that. I'm gonna spend some time this weekend to watch that, I think. What would resonate with David Cage games? I don't know, actually. I mean, yeah, Westworld would be a good companion to that. Altered Carbon, probably, as well. I've only watched the first season of Westworld. I don't have any desire to watch anything else. David Cage doesn't make games, he makes experiences. Did you like season 1? I thought it was fine, yeah. I didn't think it was super crazy good or anything. It was fine. I had a good time. Couldn't get past the second episode of Westworld? Dialogue was terrible. I don't remember specifically thinking anything about the dialogue. But... Ghost in the Shell. Man, I remember the old anime of Ghost in the Shell. I think they made... Didn't they make like a live action version of it? With Scarlett Johansson or something? Yeah, Naz? Interesting, yeah. Yeah, I don't remember noticing anything particular. But... maybe I should watch it again. So I can agree with you. Watch some Ghost in the Shell while recovering. Oh yeah, when's your thing? Surgery. Yeah, so there was a live action film in 2017, right? Yeah. Weird. Right now, it's okay. Anyway, do you think that technology could become a threat to mankind? Yes, I very much think so.
If you had to live on a deserted island and could only bring one object, what would it be?
Oh boy, hold on. A book, a cell phone, pen and paper, a console, or an instrument? Okay, this is a very complicated question every time, because here's the thing. Is there any way to charge the phone and the console? What are you going to do with the console? Play video games. But you need a charger, right? You need to be able to charge it. How? Handheld. It doesn't have to be a PS5. It can be a, you know, handheld. But... yeah, that's the thing, right? Is there a way that it keeps being charged? If you can charge it, then you take a cell phone, yeah, because then you can, you know, get found and... I assume we crashed with a small generator. Does the desert island have cell service and internet access? All good questions, for sure. What's up, Glegor? Spirit of the question, I would say yes. Comes with a TV, so you can use it. Yeah, so... assuming the spirit of the question, you are able to use those things durably, right? In the spirit of the question. Otherwise, it's easy to not... like, obviously, you wouldn't pick a cell phone or console, right? In the spirit of the question, if you had to live on a deserted island, let's assume the cell phone doesn't allow you to be rescued, right? There's no way to be rescued. But then what good is the cell phone, I guess? Well, I mean, you can go on TikTok or whatever. Yeah, the question makes no sense. It's fundamentally a weird question. What's up, Brendan? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Hope your Street Fighter went well. I haven't played at all yesterday. I took a break from Street Fighter for one day. I felt like it could be good for my mental state. I'm excited to play more today, though. Also, Brendan, I'm not sure what you're doing later. I don't know if you're climbing or if you have stuff planned, but if you're not, if you want to hang out, let me know. What time? 5 hours in the future, or and the 4 hours after that, I'm free. Roughly. Big maybe, leaning towards yes. Yeah, let me know. No worries, I'll be around. What's up, Brian King? It says live rather than stranded, so it's a choice. I mean, it also said if you had to, right? Not if you choose to. So I don't know. Is it a bad question? I think it's a weird question. I always think that it's a question that brings a lot more questions. Like, if it's a console with an infinity of video games, sure, I mean, that can keep me busy for a while, right? Keep me distracted for a while. I would like that. If the cell phone allows me to get rescued, that would be great too. Pen and paper, I think would probably be my last choice. I think I would go crazy writing my thoughts down every day. A book, I mean, depends on the book, but most cases the book would just at some point would get boring, right? An instrument would be cool. It's hard to be bored of an instrument. Pick a cell phone, order a ton of stuff on Amazon, and you're set. Maybe, Naz. Imagine if you're not, though. You come back after being on a deserted island for 40 years with only your guitar. You come back and a fucking 13-year-old from Korea is just blasting you within 5 seconds. That tracks, I'm telling you, man. Yeah, I don't know. If you had to live on a deserted island and only bring one object, what would it be? Naz has the guitar for 50 Jeremy Beremies and still can only play an equal... Well, I mean, Naz can only play a lot better than that. But I'm just saying, there's always going to be a 13-year-old from Korea that's going to be better at you at anything. It's always going to happen. Yeah, so let's assume those things will work the way they're intended to work. And there's no, like, limitations, right? An instrument can be used as a weapon. Why are you guys thinking about using things as weapons? You're on the deserted island. There's no threats. What's up, Gia? There's no threats. Rabid monkeys, wild animals. Just fashion a spear with a tree branch or something, like a normal person. Don't use your only item that has any value to kill animals. Yes, we're assuming the console is gonna... It's either a handheld that can automatically recharge, or it's gonna keep working, Brainy. We have to assume that, otherwise it makes the choice nonsensical, right? What's up, Kimmy? I need a cell phone to call the girlies. Oh, jeez. A saxophone would make a great weapon. Would it? Saxophones are super fragile. They break so easily. Prefer a cello for a fight? Yeah, cellos are a bit fragile too. No, an electric guitar. Like a hard body electric guitar. With like spikes. A BC Rich, you know, the ones with the Like the I don't remember the which model, but the one with the spikes, you know. Some of you never held a sax, especially a baritone one. I mean, it's a Monster Hunter saxophone. Yeah, like, I want a hunting horn. What's your sax kill count? That's a good question. Yeah, confess, Gia. Confess all your sax murders. Approximately 5. Okay. Has anyone heard of a game called Sorry We're Closed? No. What is it about? Sounds great. Just finished watching this movie, A Different Man. It was very good. Is that an old movie? If it's an old movie, I think I know which one it is. If it's a newer movie, I don't. Different Man. Oh, it's recent. Never mind. Oh, no wonder you were watching it. Old school survival horror. Just looked it up. It seems interesting. Style kind of like Persona. Oh yeah, that actually looks pretty neat, sort of. Huh. I looked up the French version. Si vous partiez vivre sur une île déserte et ne pouviez... There's words missing. So not that I'm doubting that you looked it up, Glegor, but there's some words missing there. Yeah, but okay, now... Man, if you're gonna be alone on the deserted island with an instrument, you don't want that to be a saxophone, right? Like, imagine living with only a saxophone sound for music for the rest of your life. I don't know, I'm not, listen. Yeah, that's what we said earlier, Gia. That was Naz's point. Like, I'm gonna be the best person at playing that instrument on the planet. And what I said was, you're gonna come back to shore and there's gonna be a 13-year-old Korean that's gonna just humiliate you. Right away. Even if you spend like 4 decades practicing that one instrument on the desert island. There's always a 13-year-old Korean boy, that's just better at you than you. At anything. Listen. It's a 7-year-old Korean girl, let's be real. Maybe. Okay, let's... This is such a weird question. Let's phrase the question different. Let's look at the question differently. If you could only pick one book to go on your desert island, what book would it be? Desert Island Survival for Dummies. A Kindle? That... a Kindle is not a book, Brendan. It's a device. What book do you have on your Kindle? You can only have one. Survival guide, book, edible plants, building fires, etc. I personally would pick the Book of the New Sun, because I feel like I could read that probably 100 times and still find new things in there. So oh, I'm just reframing the question, Glegor. I'm not even looking at the question in itself. I'm just asking if you could bring only one book. I'm making the question more fun. If you could bring only one book, which one do you bring? What's up, Elisa? How are you doing today? Did you change your color? I did? It's very disturbing. I like it though, it works. Do I have to read the book? No, you can use it as fire if you want. But you can only bring one. How to beat a 4-year-old Korean at guitar. Now Rico is thinking in like several layers there. This is the way. I love that the Korean is getting younger and younger too. Can it be one of those books that actually holds a flask of alcohol inside? Sure. Then why not make it a book that teaches you how to brew your own alcohol from whatever local plant you can find? Beating Korean prodigies for dummies, yep. But you don't have an instrument, that's true. And now, you can only bring one video game. Which one do you bring? You can only bring one video game on a desert island. Which one do you bring? Yes, it works online if you need it to. Fahrenheit? Oh my god. Drama. Imagine being able to bring only one video game on a desert island and you bring Fahrenheit with you. Like... We're talking rest of your life. And you're taking a game that's gonna have you want to... literally drown yourself in the sea after like an hour. Tekken 3. Disco Elysium's a good choice, probably. Play the Spire. Right, Manor Lords. I still have to play that. I have it installed on Game Pass. I need to play it. Kerbal Space Program's a good one. That game's gonna last forever. Hollow Knight. I mean, I probably would want an online game, right? So, you know, like for the longevity aspect of it, right? But then at the same time, an online game is gonna make you really mad. If you're alone on a deserted island, you maybe not want to be that mad all the time. But maybe Factorio is a good one, yeah. Overwatch, beg people online to send help but get told to shut the fuck up instead. Yeah. That seems about on par for your old online experience. I want to bring Street Fighter 6 so I can be the best Street Fighter player ever when I come back, and then I realize that it doesn't change anything if I'm at home or a deserted island. I'm gonna be just as good as I am now. There's literally no difference. You just play online. You have more time, granted, but I don't know. Sometimes time doesn't linearly translate to getting better. And there would still be a fucking Chilean 13-year-old that is better than everyone else, so... I'll be the best Street Fighter player on that island, that's for sure, yeah, yeah. Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised nobody said something like League of Legends. Can you imagine being stuck on a deserted island and you have to play League of Legends all day? Man. I would take breaks from League of Legends just to live on the deserted island. Actually, maybe that's the point, right? It makes living on the deserted island feel better. Because you're trying to get away from the video game. Yeah, maybe, Brendan, yeah. What's that game about? Stranded Deep? Is that the one? Like you're stranded in the middle of the ocean and all of that? That'd be funny. Like the irony of playing that game, right? I was hoping the other questions would be a bit more interesting. That one question of the survey is a bit... You could only bring one object, what would it be? I mean, okay, if I'm honest with myself... And again, it depends on how you define the question, right? But if you assume that you have an infinity of video games, you have infinite charge, you can't just ask for rescue with the cell phone because otherwise it cancels the question. Like, assuming, you know, like good faith in the spirit of the question, I think a console would probably be my answer. If the question is, let's reframe the question in the way that means, how would you rather spend all your time diverting yourself? Right? I think a console is probably my pick. Even if it's one video game, to make it fair with like one book, one video game, right? I think the console is probably my pick. I feel like the instrument is a close second, but I feel like I would get tired more easily. This question is like, which good place character are you? Oh, easy, Chitty. Not even close. I am absolutely Chitty, 100%. All day, every day. The indecision, the constant mental, you know, torment of trying to make the best decision and all that. I'm very much a Chitty, I think. With maybe a hint of Eleanor, because I don't like people. Most of them. I'm the dog that gets kicked into the sun. Oh, that's so sad. What a good show, though. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird question. A book, a cell phone, pen and paper, a console, instrument. Now, if we're talking like practically speaking, meaning there's no, you know, cheating, there's no charge, there's no infinite like charger, there's no online, there's nothing like that. Probably a book, right? If we're looking at it like from a more rational point of view, I think I think a book is probably a good idea. Although the instrument again is, But again, instrument, like you bring a stringed instrument, you're gonna run out of strings. I don't know. What's up, Harmon? What's up, Chipmunk? Well, that's the thing, yeah. The cell phone, I mean, doesn't make much sense to me. It's gonna be... The charge not gonna last a day, so... Strings don't have to break. Well, yeah, but eventually, you know, I don't know. We did put yes on the previous question, Chipmunk, yes. I'm gonna go with a book, because I'm a fucking nerd. The book doesn't have any requirements. It's just a book. And if you pick the right one, and I know which one I'm picking, I can read it over and over again, and always find new things, and always think about it differently. I think a book is a good choice. But again, that's looking at it very realistically, right? You don't have infinite charges for your cell phone and console. What if the bugs eat the book? But, well, yeah, but then we're adding, like... I'm gonna protect... If I only have one book with me, I'm protecting that motherfucker, right? It's not getting eaten by a random goat. I'm fucking that goat up and I'm eating it for dinner. That's what's happening. I'm picking a book.
Do you consider yourself dependent on technology?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be a question for the next stream. I'm gonna let us marinate on this one. This one, we're gonna marinate on it a little bit. Oh, I'm glad we're moving away from like the low ball stupid questions, and that's a question I'm interested in. Now that's an interesting question. Now that's one that I want to talk about for an hour. This one we'll talk about next stream. We're gonna have a big conversation about this one. Because I feel like there's a lot of stuff to define there. There's a lot of stuff to, like, we're gonna have to define dependent. And then we're gonna have to, you know, really get into the meat of things. That question is gonna be super interesting. And then think about, like, how could we live without technology and all that. Like, okay, this question is very deep. There's a lot of stuff in there. We'll get back into it next stream. I'm trying to not use all the survey questions immediately. We're gonna keep them for, you know, the future, I guess. Yeah. So be there on Sunday at the beginning of the stream for conversation about that question and maybe the next. There's a lot to think about there. Yep. The wheel is technology. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. We're gonna have to define a lot of things. You know. It's gonna be an interesting conversation. All right, let's get back in the game. That's what we're here for, after all. What's up, JC? Oh my god, it's finally not bright anymore. I feel like my eyes can see again. I never realized how aggressive that title screen was until I stopped being on it. I'm blinded. Well, keep all those thoughts for next stream, guys. We'll have plenty to talk about and define and redefine and think about, and All those are very interesting questions. Ruining a perfectly fine questionnaire with a game. I know. Find Amanda. I really love that place. It's very peaceful. Are those things meant to protect from the sun, or? I guess so, yeah. Well, we got the burbs. I love working in dark mode and suddenly being sent some bright white Word document. Flashbang at work. It's to keep you awake, right? Keep you on your toes. Yo, Emmy, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Going to nap before work? I'm fucking white. Yeah, that's what happens when you play video games until ungodly hours in the morning. And then wake up to stream. Hope you had a good time with Baldur's Gate. Thanks for the raid. Have a good nap. Brush your face? Okay. Wow. She gets a job and suddenly she's better than me. Big shot Emmy, yeah. Big time M's out there. Thank you. Appreciate it. I will. I went to the kitchen at 4 AM and saw my new roommates have hitboxes? Wait, I'm confused with so many things. First of all, I didn't know you had roommates, which is... I'm very surprised that I didn't know that. And then, are you talking about, like, the controller? Or are we talking about... I mean, the fight stick. Yeah, the controllers. Yeah. Oh, they're fighting game players, huh? The correct term would be leverless controller, I guess. But... the fuck is this? They only speak Spanish, so I haven't talked to them much. What the? Where the? What in the hell are your living conditions? Do you have random roommates being attributed to you without talking to them? Basically? Okay. Oh, that's Amanda right there. Oh. Did I trigger that? My landlords are very... Yeah, sure, you can live here. Oh, that's nice. Well, hey, if they have hitboxes, expect a lot of screams in the middle of the night as they play fighting games online and get frustrated. Music is great. I'm gonna go all around before I go in the middle. Whoa, look at... Wait, why would you have a little boat here? There's no... Would you... You really need a little boat just to go around this little thing? You can't even go all the way around. There's a walkway there. That is the most useless boat I've ever seen. Where's my sense of romance? What? Maybe it's here to illustrate how relationships are actually encaging you, trapping you, right? You think you're in a romantic situation, but you're just stuck on a little, you know. Like owning a little island with a car. It's like in DBZ, you know, in DBZ, like the planet where what's his name, Caillou lives, and he has a little car, but it's literally like a 5-second circle around the planet. Hold R2 to consult your objectives. Examine. Uh-oh. My lead went red. My light went red, sorry. What the fuck is up with that? Where are we again? I don't know, actually. We're supposed to meet someone, but we're in a sort of garden thing. Is that the Oracle from the Matrix? Are we gonna have a weird metaphysical conversation with her? Talk.
Hello, Amanda.
Connor, it's good to see you. I expected you to find the deviant who killed that man.
Whoops.
I must admit, I'm a little bit disappointed.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry. I know I should have succeeded.
Never mind. I'm sure you'll show more foresight in the future.
Is she my boss or something?
This Lieutenant Anderson has been officially assigned to the deviancy case. What do you make of him?
Unpleasant, dysfunctional, intriguing, unsure. It's a bit unpleasant.
I find him unpleasant and unprofessional. He seems to have an addictive personality, has a lack of respect for procedure, and despises androids, which makes our relationship difficult.
Unfortunately, we have no choice but to work with him. What do you think is the best approach?
Ooh, okay. I'm thinking she may be like the boss of whatever department of cyber life is responsible for making those like investigative androids or something. And they're maybe working with like the Detroit police department or whatever. What would be the best way to approach it? Friendly, adapt, indifferent? I don't know. Adapt, I guess, maybe?
I will adapt to his personality. It is in the best interest of the investigation that I avoid conflict and try to accommodate his
She
psychology.
didn't like that.
More and more androids show signs of deviancy. There are millions in circulation. If they become unstable, the consequences will be disastrous. You're the most advanced prototype CyberLife has ever created. If anyone can figure out what's happening, it's you.
You can count on me, Amanda.
Continue your investigation and put a stop to this. Hurry, Connor. There's little time.
Okay. That was interesting. A little bit of a, like I said, like Oracle from the Matrix vibe, but a bit more authoritarian, I guess. What is this? Police department? Detroit Police Department, yeah. Central Station, Michigan. I love that it said that we're in a hurry and the first thing I do is look around for whatever. Honor. Joint Chiefs of Staff, Certificate of Service, blah blah blah.
You might be in shock. Just take it easy.
Yeah. Would you mind getting me some water?
Tensions in the Arctic have reached a new level, with a Russian carrier and an American patrol boat reported to have clashed last night. Several warning shots were exchanged, apparently with no damage or casualties to either side. The Minister for Defense, Dennis Riggs, has spoken of intolerable provocation that cannot go unanswered. The countries in the region, particularly Sweden and Canada, have called for military forces to withdraw and an international conference to be held. So far, there has been no response from either Moscow or Washington. We'll keep you informed minute by minute as the situation develops.
It's a really interesting thing, like the Arctic being an area of conflict.
Carlos Ortiz in his home last night, following calls from concerned neighbors. Known to the police as a petty criminal, Mr. Ortiz is reported to have suffered from a psychiatric condition and rarely left his apartment. He is thought to have died several weeks ago. The police are conducting forensic tests, but appear to be treating the death as a homicide. The victim's android is also reported missing. We'll bring you more on that story as it develops.
Okay, public opinion's negative on androids, it seems. Did you notice they did an interesting thing here? Instead of the usual, you turn on the TV and there's instantly something about you specifically, they had another thing first. And then it got into the, you know, the news of the thing we were investigating on. Which makes it feel so much more natural. Right? Just like the fact that there was something else before and it you know, it feels more integrated in the game, sort of. Instead of just being there. I like that. But yeah, I think it's the whole Arctic stuff being a center of conflict is very interesting because it's at the top, you know, in between all those countries up there, like Scandinavia and then Canada and Russia and all that. I think it's interesting. I've never really seen that in fiction before. Yeah, no shower scene yet, no peeing scene, I don't think. Well, the only peeing scene we had was off screen. That was Todd, right? Yeah. Pretty fascinating. Sorry, I heard something in real life. Also, the news anchor or whatever he is, it reminds me of the general in Beyond Two Souls. I wonder if it's the same actor.
Can I help you?
I'm here to see Lieutenant Anderson.
Do you have authorization?
Yes.
Great.
Lieutenant Anderson hasn't arrived yet, but you can wait at his desk.
Thanks. That reminds me of the... What the fuck is going on? Wait. Oh. Ah. There was some red flickering. It was behind me. This reminds me of the police station in Fahrenheit, I think.
I'm looking for Lieutenant Anderson's desk.
It's that desk right there.
Of course it is. It's the only one that has any sort of personality around this place. I don't want to explore everything though. I can't really explore, huh? Dude, look at that office. Amazing. Reminds you of the station in Heavy Rain. Yeah, I don't know why. It looks more like the Fahrenheit one for me. Because of, I guess, the open space and everything. I wonder, do police stations in real life really look like that? Can't say that I've ever been in one. Demolition Man with the big screens. Hmm. Oh, that's his. Yeah. Lieutenant Anderson.
Excuse me. Do you know what time Lieutenant Anderson usually arrives?
Depends on where he was the night before. If we're lucky, we'll see him before noon.
Oh.
Thanks.
Can I sit down? Okay. Can I investigate his desk while I'm waiting? What was the point of sitting? Never mind. Knights of the Black Death. Dark heavy metal? I hate that it's so fast. I wanted to actually watch what was written on that thing. Release date 2021. Knights of the Black Metal. Heavy metal music. It says Knights of the Black Metal, but above it says Knights of the Black Death. Inconsistencies, I swear. Yeah, let me just investigate his desk while he's not here. There's clues to analyze? Oh shit, I'm doing something. Hold on. Donuts, calories 452. Saturated fatty acids, cholesterol, carbohydrates. The man likes his donuts. Can't blame him. Love donuts. Cold coffee, traces of caffeine. It's coffee, of course. Never mind. Japanese maple. Shishigashira Shohin. Anti-Android slogans. Use your brain, not your Android. Android free space. We don't bleed the same color. We don't bleed the same color is a crazy line. Happy people make me sick! Oh, love it. Detroit basketball cap. Cotton, 90% polyester. Red Eyes Task Force. Real police. Not seen since 2019. Owes me 50 bucks. Okay. Multi-department union responsible for the Red Ice network dismantle of 2028. So he worked on like dismantling a Red Ice network, but apparently Red Ice is still you know, pretty much going around. Canine hair. Saint Bernard dog? It has a dog! Oh, nice. Matches, origin, Jimmy's bar, wood, phosphorus. Okay. Analyze, research, Lieutenant Anderson. Hold on, I need to... Detroit police dismantle a network of red ice dealers. More than 50 arrests throughout the country. Detroit's finest has dealt a massive blow to the city's growing red ice epidemic. With a number of high-profile dealers and suppliers now behind bars, narcotics seized with a street value of $500,000. Detective Hank Anderson, a young but hugely talented detective, is said to have been instrumental in the operation, which took months of planning. The DA described the work of Detective Anderson and his colleagues as a model investigative detective work. Police work, sorry. What happened to him, though? Like, he seems like such a burnt out, you know, he seems so done with life right now. And he used to be like a, you know, big shot detective. I also wonder, like, we've seen a lot of stuff with red ice so far, right? It was present in almost every scene and affecting the characters. And now, obviously, we learned that Hank worked on dismantling a huge network of it. I really wonder how it's gonna just sort of fit with the whole story together. I feel like there's gonna be a twist of some kind. We'll see. What's up, Ilse? How are you doing today? Consequences of being human, you change for better or worse. What year is this in game? 38, I think. Yeah. Detective Anderson promoted to the rank of lieutenant. Becoming the youngest lieutenant in the Detroit police force, Lieutenant Hank Anderson was among the most decorated detectives in DPD's recent history, securing a number of high-profile arrests and serving as an integral member of the force. Captain Fowler said the promotion was long overdue, describing Anderson as among the most talented police I've ever worked with. The new lieutenant is expected to rise quickly through the ranks of the department and is already being tipped as a future commissioner. That was 8 years ago, like 7 years ago. New record seizure of red ice in Detroit in 31. Nearly a ton of red ice discovered on the hold of a boat after a long investigation conducted by Lieutenant Anderson of the Detroit Police Force. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like something happened to our poor lieutenant. And now he's not doing as well as he used to. Oh, there he is.
It's good to see you again, Lieutenant.
Oh, Jesus.
Hank! In my office.
Uh-oh. Enter and listen in or explore the office. You know what? Maybe he needs some privacy with that. I'm more interested in exploring a little bit.
I've got 10 new cases involving androids on my desk every day. We've always had
He said there's new cases with androids on his desk. That's what I heard. Yeah, he's a famous actor, yeah.
Look at that. It seems Hank has a new partner. Fucking plastic detective. Hey, you was drinking, buddy? You gonna bring him home when he's too drunk to find his car? It stinks of booze.
Greet, introduce, ignore. I'm gonna introduce myself.
Hello. My name is Connor.
Is that guy the local asshole?
Never seen an android like you before. What model are you?
It's literally written on my fucking answer.
RK-800. I'm a prototype.
A prototype? Android detective. So machine's gonna replace us all. Is that it? Hey, bring me a coffee, dipshit. Get a move on!
Accept, refuse, or ignore. I'm gonna refuse.
I'm sorry, but I only take orders from Lieutenant Anderson.
Oh.
Well, that's not nice.
When a human gives you an order, you obey. Got it? Stay out of my way. Next time, you won't get off so easy.
Anger issues? That's Neil Newborn? Oh, he's doing a much better job than he did in Baldur's Gate 3. I'm glad to see that. I don't know, I'm sorry, I shouldn't trash Baldur's Gate 3 every chance I get, but I really didn't enjoy Baldur's Gate 3 very much, unfortunately. I wish I liked Baldur's Gate 3 more than I did.
Artificial intelligence has just been published, and to call it a success would be an understatement. Do humans dream of mammalian sheep have shot to the top of the bestseller list.
Clever.
Moreover, critics are unanimous in their praise for the depth of thought and originality of this first work. Designed by CyberLife, the AI known as Voltaire analyzed human centers of interest on social networks for several months before its complex algorithms generated the plot of the novel. According to several specialists, it will be very difficult for human authors to compete with these algorithms, and the odds are that most of the books written in the coming years will be the work of artificial intelligence.
I mean, we're not there yet, right? But that's kind of... That's pretty pre-cognizant of the game, based on what we've seen recently, right? That was made before, like, AI algorithms became as prevalent as they are now, so... Pretty interesting way of that the game predicted the future there. What's up, Rasta? Or at least, you know, saw where things were going. Why did he collapse to the ground? I'm assuming they can sort of feel some form of pain to make them more realistic, maybe? I'm not sure. What's up, Shepard? Ryder, how are you doing? I will not take this Slender. Wait, the Baldur's Gate Slender? Yeah, I'm sorry. Everyone, listen. I'm not going to sit there and say Baldur's Gate is a bad game, right? It's not. I personally did not like it at all. I thought it wasn't the game for me. It wasn't made for me. It wasn't, you know. Yeah, I was not the target audience, I guess, for that video game. I tried. I played for over like 100 hours, but... Well, although 11 of those were character creation. But, yeah. Shepard, thank you for 28 months. Appreciate the resub. Thank you so very much. CL Shepard, you will be remembered. You didn't like Astarion's voice acting? I didn't like... Listen... I thought a lot of the voice acting in Baldur's Gate was very like, it was hard for me to enjoy it for two reasons. One was that I thought the dialogue was just not very well written. I thought it was very, I don't know, it felt wooden and stilted and not very natural and all that. And the second part is I felt like the actual like mixing and recording of the dialogue was pretty poor. And I think that maybe be because some of it was recorded during the pandemic, and so like it felt uneven in the ways that they were recorded. Like it doesn't seem like they had like proper studio sessions with, you know, I don't know. A lot of it was very annoying to me. Like Shadowheart's voice, for instance, felt like it came out of a can. It was so weird. So yeah, that made it hard for me to really enjoy the voice acting and all that, unfortunately. I played Divinity 2, Seven Toes. I didn't enjoy it very much either, unfortunately. I just don't think I like Larian's design philosophy and the way they make games. Just not for me, I guess. When did you play it? March, April this year, was it? I think. Yeah. March, April this year for like a few weeks. But yeah, I played like 110 hours, I think, total. But yeah, I don't know. I was interested in some of the side quests, and then there were some characters that seemed pretty interesting, but um, I didn't like the. It felt like the main quest was so diluted, and I didn't feel like the stakes, or I didn't get a good sense of the conflicts or any sense of urgency, and also we had a lot of bugs. We had a huge amount of bugs, which obviously also affected the experience. And overall, I thought like the way the game was designed wasn't very immersive, because it was so intent on like following some of the D&D rules, which I understand, right? That was the goal, but some of the D&D rules unfortunately don't work when you take them by the letter. And I always take the same example, but like being able to escape prison and literally wait a minute in a corner, and then everyone forgot that you just escaped prison right in front of them, and then you just go out again and you're like in front of the guards that imprison you and nobody bats an eye. To me, was like, it was a mind-blowing moment of like, oh, this game has zero immersion whatsoever. Like there's no consequences for your little like small scale decisions, which to me was a big problem. What's up, Goal? There was no game between I went from Disco Elysium to Baldur's Gate 3 right away, which maybe didn't help Baldur's Gate 3, to be frank. Like the fall off in terms of writing was very, very noticeable. I played Planescape, yeah, back in the late 90s when it came out. I was a bit too young, I think, to get like the full to really appreciate it as much as I could have, like the writing and all that, but I still enjoyed it a lot back then. But I was a bit too young. I was 16, I think, when it came out. Yeah, Cyborg Wolf. I feel like that's probably true. I like the combat in Baldur's Gate 3. That was my favorite part of it. I thought the combat was really well done. But yeah, again, like my biggest issue with Baldur's Gate 3 was the way the companion interactions worked. I was really annoyed that basically every companion was literally in love with your character from the get-go and wanted to bang you. It was so annoying to me. Like it made it feel so artificial and uninteresting. Like it didn't make me want to engage with them, because they were all so like, how do we call that at the time? Like protagosexual or something. Like, literally every single one of them wanted to bang me, and I was like, okay, all right, can we just can we just be normal and have an adventure? I don't know. And even despite me rejecting them, like they kept on going, and that was so annoying. It was too much for me. It made me not interested in engaging with that aspect of the game, which was a big part of what people enjoyed with it, right? And in opposition, like after that, I played Cyberpunk, and I felt like the romances in Cyberpunk were so much more natural. The way they developed, and you get to know the character, and you have those conversations. It's all like dynamic. It's a bit more linear, maybe, but it felt a lot better, I found. What's up, DJ? Who did you romance in Cyberpunk? Panam. I could live without any romance stuff in games, honestly. I like it, but I feel like, I don't know. I think it's more fun and engaging when most of it comes from the player. I think it's fine to have like one character pursuing you out of nowhere. It can be interesting, right? Especially if it's done well. Um, but I feel like most of the time it feels more engaging if you're the one sort of engaging it, starting it, and you know. But romance without sex would be nice in games. Yeah, that's true. We often see like the opposite of it, right? Sex without romance happens very often. Like Baldur's Gate 3 is a great example of that with some of the characters. But I feel like the opposite would be nice. Doesn't seem to happen very often. Yeah, exactly, Shepard. And I understand a part of it is so that it doesn't feel restrictive, right? But it also, to me, it makes it feel very artificial. That makes sense, right? Like I don't remember much about the romance in Mass Effect, but I remember that back in the day when I played it, when it released, I felt like it felt okay, right? It's sort of that thing that evolves around like over the course of several missions and all that, but we'll see when I play it again. I guess I'm the only teenager in question, and I appreciate you for that, Elisa. Someone has to enjoy those scenes. It's fine. Get on, get tasted by what's her name, Lae'zel, right? But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's one of those things that I'm just not. It's just not for me, right? But I understand why people enjoyed it. Some games are supposed to be fun, not everything needs to be deep. Baldur's Gate 3 is super silly. Yeah, I can see that for sure. I guess that's not what I expected, based on sort of the way the game had been presented and hyped up, right? It was like, oh, it's this sort of best representation of a D&D session, or like a emulation of the Dungeons and Dragon experience with all these like narrative choices and all of that. And it's definitely not the experience that I got myself, but maybe if I had gone into it more of a, it's your silly, like your silly D&D experience amongst friends when you're not taking the game too seriously, that maybe I would have understood the game differently. No. But yeah, again, I understand why people enjoyed it for sure. It's just, it wasn't made for me, and that's totally okay. Supposed to have that feel of a D&D session with friends. Yeah, I guess that's also going to be very different depending on your group of friends. Like my pen and paper RPG sessions when I was younger were very serious. We enjoyed having fun, right? But we also enjoyed, I didn't play too much D&D. I did a couple of campaigns of D&D when I was younger, but we mostly liked when things were, a bit more on the dark and serious side. Like the one of the pen and paper RPG I played the most was the Call of Cthulhu. That was very dark and very. It was a different approach, I guess, a different vibe. So. But yeah, I don't know. I think I could have ignored a lot of the stuff that I liked a little less in Baldur's Gate 3 if the story had been more engaging for me, but yeah, I don't know. It didn't hit for me, unfortunately. I could never really get invested in it. It's unfortunate. I really wanted to, but oh well. Hey, maybe there's a future where I try the game again and I feel differently about it and I, you know, have a good time with it. But I enjoy watching people playing it. Watching people playing it is pretty fun. Yeah, I don't know. The only future I want is a replay of Disco. That's gonna happen in 2025. I'm gonna replay Disco Elysium. It's gonna be great. Divinity is more serious. That's why I didn't enjoy it as much. Yeah, I mean, I didn't enjoy Divinity 2 very much, and I played it, you know, back when it came out. And I didn't enjoy it very much for pretty much the same reasons as Baldur's Gate, actually. I couldn't get invested in the main story. I felt like it just didn't do anything for me. I think I just I don't know how to explain it. I think I just don't vibe with Larian's way of designing games. I don't know. There's something about them that doesn't work for me. And I can't really explain what it is. Which is okay. Again, like it's one of those things, right? Not every game is going to be for everyone. Unktar, nice. Oh, I love that. Dark Urge has a serious-ish tone to it if you pick that over regular tab. Yeah, maybe that's something I should try, Blood Flowers, to maybe get like a more directed experience, I guess. Maybe that could be something. I probably wouldn't stream it, but maybe that's something I would try one day off stream. See how I feel about it. Prefer Dark Urge, playing it now on my second run. Yeah, maybe it would make me feel more invested in whatever like main narrative they're trying to establish. Having a character that's directly sort of like on rail for it. Yeah, I don't know. Something to think about in the future, I guess. All right, Kyo, have a good one. Alright, let's see. Now that this asshole punched me in the gut. Why are there fucking donuts and cakes everywhere? What the fuck? Look at the size of those things. Those donuts are bigger than my head. They're eating good in here. Can I see what the criminals look like? That guy's like,
what are you looking
oh.
at? Hey, fuck you. Fucking android.
God, everyone hates us. What's up? How much for the cat? How are you doing today? I love how clean this entire police station is, except the cells. Like, the cells are Messy as hell. Oh, wait, Hank is not in here anymore? Oh, he's at his office. His desk, sorry. I didn't notice that he got out. Detroit today. The 3 laws of robotic parenting. Family life has never been easier. UN warns of World War III. Prison warrant at 33% approval. The 3 laws of robotic parenting. Family life has never been easier. When CyberLife initially released their child range, the public were skeptical of purchasing a family. Now the collection is one of CyberLife's bestseller, but is it really a surprise? Wait! We need to think about this. You can get a child android, but it never grows, right? How do you... Can you upgrade to a teenager model and like implant their memories in it? And then an adult one and have some sort of like progression? Or do they just stay a child their entire life? That is so weird. Customizable, removal LED, no hunger, no expensive childcare, no new clothes, and not to mention no smelly diapers. The perfect child is only a click away. All its needs can be suspended at the touch of a button. It's child's play. It's the stress-free solution for career-oriented parents and those struggling to have their own children or miss having a youngster at home. That is so weird. Nintendogs for humans. With unemployment at 37.3%. 7.5k for a child that avoids the dreaded teenage years and shelling out for college seems like a wise investment compared to $350,000 over 17 years. Plus, it doesn't have to be a lifelong commitment. Sociologist Mary Wallace argues that these androids are leading to fewer parents to have children at a time where our birth rates are already far too low, contributing to what she terms the baby doom. Jason Graff, director of humanization at CyberLife, dismisses these claims as the usual resistance to new ideas, calling these new androids a triumph of humanization design. What's up, Archeesy? That is so weird to me. Like, child androids doesn't sound great. Grieving parents would want that? Yeah, but I'm really questioning the long-term implications of using that as a grieving sort of mechanism, right? Because then you get a child that just never grows and you can sort of keep your frozen in time child forever after you lost one. I don't know if that's a great plan. Maybe combined with some serious therapy as a... I don't know. I haven't seen the AI movie. Yeah. There's a Black Mirror related to this. I think there's some news stuff relating to this. They have these, I think I saw that in China. We talked about that the other day. They have this company in China, I think, that recreates, through AI, recreates a person you've lost. And you can like see them move based on pictures and videos and all that, and you can then interact with the person you lost through AI and all that. Which is obviously super fucked up, but... Ivanov says, Niet. Russian president responds to Warren's warning. CyberLife's world's first trillion-dollar company. Wait, Didn't we get a $1 trillion company already? Aren't we already ahead of this in real life? Global population reaches 10 billion. Wasn't there? Yeah, there was a company that reached $1 trillion worth, right? Yeah, Nvidia, Apple.
Lab report says they cut it with something.
Oh, there's a bunch of them actually. Okay, apparently there's a Chinese company named PetroChina who reached that milestone in 2007. What the fuck? That preceded the game, even. Does CyberLife have a monopoly? I think so, yeah. Eat the rich with some dressing and salad? I don't know. I bet they would not taste very great. Russian president responds to Warren's warning. Following President Warren's demand that all Russian troops withdraw from the Arctic immediately, President Ivanov of Russia has issued a response. Ivanov branded Warren's comments as megaphone diplomacy. Said US saber rattling is the #1 threat to stability in the region. The Kremlin produced a detailed statement outlining Russia's claim to the territory, and Ivanov said he would remind President Warren that the United States is subject to UN conventions like everybody else. The conflict shows no signs of abating. Alright. The Dutch East India Company in today's USD would be 8 trillion. Yeah. That's kind of crazy. Makes sense though. That thing was huge at the time. For some reason, just the mention of that makes me want to watch some movies that, you know, take place in those times with like ocean explorers and all that. I want to watch Pirates of the Caribbean again. I want to watch Master and Commander. I want to watch the Peter Jackson King Kong movie for some reason. I'm getting a whole... I don't know. VOC? Wait, what's VOC? As a Dutch person, I can't really be proud of that achievement.
Take a look at these samples yet?
Lab report says they cut
Oh, is that the asshole? That's the asshole from earlier. Master and Commander was so good, yes. The book series is amazing. If you want more of those characters. The Dutch abbreviation for the East India Company? Oh, okay. What does it translate to? What does it like? What are the words? You know? Well, I mean, you probably know, right? Colonization. Well, it was a different time, Harmon. But yeah, there's nothing romantic about it. Like, if you look at it from a historical point of view, it's awful. But I think it's a very fascinating era to sort of watch media from and all that. Like, it's a very inspiring era. Evidence? Wait. What is all that money in there? Oh, I guess drug money? Yeah. Makes sense. Verenigde Oost-Indische Company. Right. Sorry for the pronunciation, by the way, but... Okay, chat, what is your favorite movie that sort of happens in that era of history? That involves, like, naval exploration stuff happening in India, all of that stuff, right? Isn't there any pocket movie that I might have not have seen that I should look into? So glad it's all in the past. It isn't happening these days. Yeah. I feel like there's no way this isn't a sarcastic comment, of course. Yeah, neo-colonialism is unfortunately very much a thing, right? Shogun? Hmm. Like the Flying Dutchman story? Hmm. Last Night, Understanding, Pragmatic, Constructive. Okay, let's go with Last Night. Black Sails if you're into pirates. Of Ephemeral. Black Sails. Hmm. Black Sails is my Game of Thrones. Okay. I've heard of it, I think, but for some reason was never much on my radar. It was written as a prequel to Robert Louis' Treasure Island. Really? Okay. I'm interested. It's gonna make me want to play it's going to make me want to play Sea of Thieves, probably. Which could be cool. Yeah, I would probably play Black Flag if it was not an Assassin's Creed game. There's too much Assassin's Creed in there to be a good playable game for me, but I understand it's a lot of people who enjoy pirate games enjoy Black Flag, but yeah, Archie, I've never played Sea of Thieves. I kind of want to in the future as a an off-stream game. I have it on like Game Pass. Finally have a computer that can run it, so. Sea of Thieves was the first game I wasn't able to play because I didn't have Windows 10 on my previous computer. I was supposed to play with friends at the time when it released, and then, much to my chagrin, learned that wouldn't run on Windows 7, so. There's an XCOM-like historically accurate pirate game coming out? Okay, I'm interested in that. That I want to play. What's it called? Atlas was abandoned by the devs. Wait, did that Skull and Bone game ever come out? Was that any good? Skull and Bones. It did come out. What the fuck? Wasn't it cancelled at some point and then... Mixed reviews. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's very mixed. Holy crap. It got 7 on IGN, which means it's probably like a 1. My book. That bad, huh? Hmm. No fishing minigames in Skull and Bones? Imagine. Oh yeah, if I'm playing Sea of Thieves, I'm gonna play with at least one other person. Can't play just with by myself. Dredge is a good sea adventure. Yeah, I want to try Dredge at some point. It seems cool. Which immediately makes me think that there's one movie I haven't seen yet. It's The Lighthouse. I need to watch The Lighthouse. In fact, I'm wondering if I'm not gonna make time this weekend to watch The Lighthouse. Maybe tomorrow. Order some pizza or something. Watch The Lighthouse. That sounds like a good plan. Although I've been ordering food a lot lately. I need to be careful with that. There's been so much good content to watch between wrestling and Street Fighter 6 tournaments and all that. I've been ordering out a whole lot. Not a good use of my income. The game you saw is called Flint. Flint. No, not Flint, Michigan. Flint game. There it is. Tactical RPG. Supposed to come out in 2024. It's not a lot of time left. Oh man, it looks really cool. Okay, I'm excited about it. I have to keep a track at.
I'm sorry I bothered you at the bar last night, Lieutenant. I guess I ruined your evening.
Partners or positive? Partners.
Now that we're partners, it would be great to get to know each other better. In any case, I'd like you to know I'm very happy to be working with you. I'm sure we'll make a great team.
Oh my god, he hates my guts.
Is there a desk anywhere I could use?
No one's using that one.
Okay. Doing fantastic. I can't move forward? Okay. Yeah, we got off to a very rough start. It's gonna be hard for me to, you know. Dog, basketball, music, anti-androids. Let's try dog.
You have a dog, right?
How do you know that?
The dog hair's on your chair. I like dogs. What's your dog's name?
What's it to you?
Freaking small dog, what the hell?
Sumo.
Oh, Sumo, that's great.
Call him Sumo.
Alright, alright. How about basketball?
You're a Detroit Gears fan, right? Denton Carter scored 53% of his shots from the three-point line yesterday. Did you see the game?
That's what I was watching at the bar last night.
Oh.
Oh no! The very little progress we made immediately just out of the window. I was so happy with the progress. Okay, music.
Do you listen to Knights of the Black Death? I really like that music. It's full of energy.
You listen to heavy metal?
Well, I don't really listen to music as such, but I'd like to.
Okay, score. I'm worried about anti-androids though. Okay, I'm gonna try just to see.
A lot of people don't appreciate having androids around. I was wondering, is there any reason in particular you despise me?
The phrasing is so good.
Yeah. There is one.
Okay. Oh, God. Dude, we're... Yeah. That's 2 pluses and 2 minuses, so I guess it's we're even on that, right? Plus minus plus minus. So ultimately it didn't affect too much. We're breaking even. Yeah. Oh man, this God. We really got off to the wrong foot. I really like the writing and the interaction between those two though. That's really well done. Really well done. In fact, I'm willing to give a kudos to Mr. Cage for that one. Everyone's doing a great job in this one. Yeah, all of this because I poured his drink. Fucking hell. Anyway, Fowler.
Have you known Captain Fowler for long?
Yeah. Too long.
Okay. Hours?
I was wondering, do you always arrive at the office at this time?
I arrive when I arrive. Stop busting my balls, okay?
Okay, we didn't lose anything there. Jeez. I'm concerned I will be this guy in so many years. I'm concerned that I'm already this guy. I don't know.
If you have any files on deviants, I'd like to take a look at them.
Terminal's on your desk. Knock yourself out.
Okay. He really does not like me. Alright, let's see. Oh. One of them reacted differently there. I don't know what that was about. I always go straight for the pets and music talk when dating. Yeah, music is a big thing for me. I'm very big into music, so that's usually one of the topics of conversation early on when I meet people. Regardless of dating or even like just friendships, right? Music is a big thing I like to bond over. But I don't have pickup lines. I have my hundreds of cat photos. Do pickup lines even work? I don't know. If you're super attractive, they do, probably. Yeah, Angthar, I'm guessing that's like a narrative choice to have it be more revealed in more like subtle ways over the course of the game. Hopefully, I don't know. What's up, Cassie? I'm feeling pretty okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's less strong of a start as Beyond Two Souls, but I think the overall quality has been pretty high. Yeah. I mean, there were locked options, right, that I couldn't explore, so who knows. Alright, what is the situation? Case reference disappearance, victim Gordon Lopez. Case assigned to Lieutenant Anderson. The plaintiff reports that he left his android at home as usual when he went to work. When he returned, the android was nowhere to be found. No trace of a break-in in the apartment. The android may have left home without being ordered to. Okay, that's strange. I'm looking at the report dates. It's all over the past few weeks, it seems. This is an attack. The victim, Charles Bell. The plaintiff claims to have been attacked by AV500 numbers model android working as a waiter in the Fast Coney Dogs restaurant chain situated in 842 Chamberlain Avenue. The plaintiff claims the android lunged at him unexpectedly and attempted to strangle the man before leaving the scene. The android remains at large. Yeah, no, I agree, Chipmunk. Yeah, I think the other dude was a bit of a caricatural asshole, but I'll have to see more of him, I guess. Case reference attack. Victim Sarah Cornwall. The plaintiff claims to have been attacked by her android, an AP700 model. The android also trashed several rooms in the house before taking flight. So there's been more cases of, like, deviancy happening. Case disappearance. Victim Floyd Mills. The plaintiff, the manager of Eden Club, reported the unexplained disappearance of a sex android model WR400. The android disappeared after accompanying a customer to his home and never returned to the club. Interesting. Okay. That's the second mention of Eden Club we hear about. I think we found like a flyer in that dude's home we were investigating. Attempted murder. Leo Manfred. Oh shit, that's us. Well, Marcus. Leo Manfred was found unconscious in the home of his father, Carl Manfred. The latter's witness statement attests to an altercation between his son and the house android. The android is thought to be a prototype, unknown model and serial number, and was destroyed at the scene by attending officer. Well, not really. We're alive, right? Manfred, like from Heavy Rain. Yeah, I guess David Cage loves his repeated names, I guess. Huh! That's Kara. Homicide. Victim Todd Williams. The victim's body was found by a friend who came by to say hello. There is... Okay, I refuse to believe Todd had any friends. I refuse to believe that. No, apparently Leo didn't die. Yeah. Which we already suspected because the flowchart said hurt instead of death. What's a bed? Yeah, I called bullshit, yeah. Maybe a drinking buddy, yeah. He immediately called the emergency service at 8:42. Recorded death by gunshot wound. The murder weapon may have belonged to the victim. His android, an AX400, was not found on the scene and he's the main suspect. Okay, so two of those cases are involved, like, stuff that we're involved in with the other characters. But yeah, interesting. Okay, let's scan everything. Could have been a drug buddy, that's true. Yeah.
243 files. First dates back 9 months. It all started in Detroit and quickly spread across the country. An AX400 is reported to have murdered a man last night. That could be a good starting point for our investigation.
Direct, aggressive...
I understand.
I didn't notice it was time.
Personal issues, Lieutenant. But you need to move past them. And...
Hey, don't talk to me like you know me. I'm not your friend, and I don't need your advice, okay?
So I didn't notice this was timed. I would have picked understanding, probably. Anyway, so it doesn't matter. Determined, resign the mission.
Dang.
Threaten. Determined, resign the mission. Threaten. Determined?
Take a look at these samples yet?
Lab report says they cut it with something.
I've been assigned this mission, Lieutenant.
Maybe they're trying to...
I didn't come here to wait until you feel like working.
Listen, asshole. If it was up to me, I'd throw the lot of you in a dumpster and set a match to it. So stop pissing me off. Or things are gonna get nasty.
Lieutenant?
Whoops.
I'm sorry to disturb you. I have some information on the AX-400 that killed the guy last night. It's been sighted in the Ravendale district.
I'm on it.
Man, our relationship with Hank is not getting any better, that's for sure. Jesus Christ. Hank got a lead. Okay. Public opinion, skeptical, software instability, question mark. Hank, hostile, Amanda, neutral. Okay. No, some stuff hasn't happened there. I wonder what that is. Explore the station, we missed some stuff. Maybe it's one or the other. Oh, we could have not talked with Gavin, I guess. Gavin? What a name. I feel like if your name is Gavin, you have to be an asshole. I'm sorry if anyone's called Gavin. That, but... Can get worse. I mean, I feel like it can get worse. I keep losing fucking... I keep getting red. Hey, I mean, it's more interesting, right? That our relationship with him is sort of tense. I think it makes for more fun interactions. Let's see. Oh. Oh, yeah, we're here with that other weird dude. I don't remember his name. Ralph or Ralph? Watch over Alice, revive the fire. Check. Sleeping. Yeah, I was gonna say I should probably put more wood in there. There's wood there. Oh. Cyber wildlife. First Android zoo opens. US life expectancy now 91.4% of world population holds 94% of global wealth. Pretty much. That's not a lot of science fiction there. CyberLife is set to open the first Android zoo in Los Angeles, which will exhibit all exotic species to have become extinct in the last 30 years. Loot turtles, polar bears, mountain gorillas, African elephants, and several species of tiger will be among the most high-profile attractions. CyberLife CSR spokeswoman Danielle Carnegie says the zoo caters to people of all ages and has a special mission to educate and inspire the younger generation about the importance of protecting our fragile environment. Though some environmentalists have claimed the zoo will diminish popular concern for the extinction of real animals, it's difficult to not be enthusiastic about the technology being used to recreate vanished species. The animals themselves have yet to be unveiled, but CyberLife promises they will be more real than the real thing. No doubt an ideal weekend trip for the family. Nice. Canada is still an Android-free zone. Oh, shit. Where the air is clean, the welcome is always warm. Discover the landscape, discover the wild, discover Canada. Despite the United States voting in its Android Act as early as 2028, the Canadian Parliament has yet again pushed back its decision on whether to permit Androids in the country. As a result, Androids are still not sold in Canada and have no official status in the country. Should we escape there? Maybe that's where we should escape. Canada is like Android's Mexico, right? With Androids continuing to fuel unprecedented growth in the US economy, yet contributing to record levels of unemployment, the arguments for and against putting them on sale in Canada rages on. But for the time being, Canada remains an Android-free zone. Yeah, I mean... Wait until Alice wakes. How's Rav doing? Nope, not there anymore, that's for sure. RA9, yeah. More of that stuff. Money. Put back or steal? Oh shit. I mean, Ralph or Ralph or whatever his name was, I don't think he was... It didn't seem very stable. I don't think I want to do anything that may potentially anger him. I think that's a bad idea. What's with the bird, though? Urban farm area. Oh, was he like maybe that android is supposed to be like gardener type android? Farm aid something? Hence the greenish outfit. So sad we can't play the arcade game. Change appearance, find new clothes. Oh shit! Makeover! Are we gonna remove our chip? I was wondering if maybe the clipper can be used to remove the chip. But I guess not. Love a little makeover sesh. What's up, Sokoman? How are you doing today? Where's the other android guy? Maybe I should have taken the money. Like, why not? He's not gonna be there anyway. Too late now. Did you see that bug? That was weird. Okay. Hopefully me putting the gun there is not gonna backfire. Oh, look at us. I was so waiting the moment you closed the closet door that he was gonna stand behind with the gun in hand or something. I don't know why, I'm not trusting it. Yeah, it's very foreboding. It's interesting that I could have not picked up the gun there. Right? I could have left the gun there. Which I'm sure would potentially affect some future stuff, but I'm gonna take the gun with me. I want to be able to defend myself and Alice. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that it felt like very much a little red herring, right? Short-term red herring. What am I supposed to do now? Wait till Alice wakes or cut hair. Oh shit. How do I cut my hair? There's scissors? Oh, maybe in the bathroom? Hold on. Hell yeah. Oh, is that gonna be a mini game? Can I fuck it up? Can I completely screw it up? That'd be so fucking funny. I was really hoping for a full-on QTE there, and you could completely fuck it up. That would have been so funny. Okay. Listen. There's no way someone cuts their own hair that well. Especially the back. Like, there's no way. Now, she's an android and she's supposed to, you know, be able to maybe take care of that stuff for the kids at home or whatever. Maybe she's, like, programmed to be able to do that stuff, right? So it's an android. I can accept it. But, yeah, like, it's a big bug. We found some clothes, Harmon, in the closets, yeah. Blonde, white, black, or finish? Blonde. Ah. White. Okay. Black. I mean, white doesn't look really very realistic. Black's kind of cool. It's a bit of the Madison haircut from Heavy Rain, right? I mean, yeah, that's what I just said, Volpin, right? What's up, Lila? Welcome in. Finish, that's a rare hair color. How dare you, bed? Disgusting. Yeah, no red hair. Very disappointing. Blonde, white, black. I think white is kind of cool, but it looks very sort of, it looks noticeable, right? I feel like that would attract attention, having white hair. Yeah, it stands out. Yeah. But it looks cool. I like it. I think I'm gonna go for black though. Black is very discreet. It's very I don't know. Not sure. It's a blast. Would make sense to not include haircutting in any Android. It's probably like a 1.3 file, gigabyte file, algorithm and shit. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would assume that storage space wouldn't be an issue in a world where technology that advanced exists. But at the same time, saving space is always a good thing, right? But yeah, I'm sure it's something they can figure out, even like almost instinctively. They have that much control over their own movements and body and all that. But actually, if they can change their hair color like that and the clothes, like we've seen that there's some clothes that can change appearance on their own. Wouldn't you have like natural modular hair that can grow out and in and sort of change shape and all that on, you know, by default? I don't know. I do like white. I think white is cool. I'm pretty sure I'm still gonna go black for story purposes. It makes no sense to have a haircut that stands out if we're trying to be discreet. I think I'm gonna go black. Goth Kara, yeah. No, we can't, Lomirel. Jesus. Keep it in your pants. You should be your best anime self. Listen, white hair is amazing. I think it looks really cool, but is it actually of the ordinary color in the future? I have not seen a character with white hair yet. I'll say that, Colette. So I would, even though we walked in the, you know, in the city center for like an hour with Marcus. So I haven't seen any like really stand out hair colors. Everything, quite the contrary actually. It seems pretty conservative overall, based on the fact that they have androids of various, you know, that could probably have any, you know, hair color they wanted. So. Old people have white hair? Yes, but she's clearly not old. Clearly not old. Is a hipster. It's a great skincare routine. Not sure how it's done without completely frying the hair. Well, I mean, I don't know. I had a colleague when I was teaching. I had a colleague that had like pearl white hair. But I think she paid for it. Like you know, over the next few years after that, she really paid for it. Her hair was damaged a lot. It took her a while to get back to like natural, normal hair that felt soft and that she was happy with. So It's very damaging, I think, to do that, so. I mean, it depends on your natural hair color, you know, to start with. Like, if you have darker hair, like, I couldn't get white hair, right? It would be impossible. I would have to literally destroy my hair to get it anywhere close to even blonde. So. Oh no, I mean, oh, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to DJ. If you're responding to me, I was addressing DJ's message. But yeah, I mean, I know plenty of people who have white hair in their even like late 20s. Yeah. Some people start graying out very early. I'm definitely not one of those people. I barely have any white hair at this point, so. I mean, you can see any of them on the camera, of course, because of the just general overall contrast and all that, but I do have a few, but it's pretty well hidden overall in the mass. I mean, blonde Kara is okay. I think she looks good. Suits her well, I think. The skin tone and everything. Does the mustache have any gray? A couple, yeah. I do plug them out. Like the white ones that I have in the stash, I plug them out because it's only like a couple of them. They tend to be a little... I don't know if it's a thing. If I notice more, like they're a bit... My white hair in my stash are a bit rebellious. They feel like they stick out more and they have like... They don't discipline like the other ones. But I don't know if it's actually a thing because of... You know, white hair maybe have a different structure to them as they change. I don't know how it works, right? Or if it's just because I noticed them. But I do plug them out. It's a couple every time I trim my stash. I just pluck out a couple. What's the original color? It's the brown one. This is the original one. This. Yeah, blonde's a little lighter. White is very cool, but again, I feel like it's very noticeable. And black is kind of cool. I'm not asking chat, no. I'm just waiting to make a decision in my head. I think I'm gonna go with black, but... Wait, is the yellow thing on my head changing depending on the color I have? No, it's not. I think it's because she's working with her systems. So it's like a HDD LED showing that it's working. Going bald would have been a funky option too. Yeah, that would be funny. There were more choices. But yeah, I mean, you know, I'm embracing my white hair, gray hair. I'm okay with it. I'm aging. It's alright. I don't look too old yet. I'm sure I'm gonna get... It's gonna catch up on me. One of these days, I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna be like, oh my god, I look so old. But it's fine. You know, I don't mind a little gray hair here and there. I'm sure I'm gonna pull it off. Aging is a privilege, no shame in that. Well, that's definitely a way to look at it for sure. Not everyone gets the chance. I think I'm gonna go with black. I feel pretty strongly about it. Just cosplay Victor Chevalier when you're gray enough. Yeah. Or JP for Street Fighter players. I always want to call, like, every time I play against JP, I'm calling him Victor. For some reason, like, I'm looking at him and I'm like, I'm almost calling him Victor. I don't know, he looks like a Victor. Obviously the Tekken influence is still felt. Yeah, Colette, that's cool now. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with black. Oh, there you go. Someone wanted the HDD sound. You got it. Remove. Oh, that's gonna hurt. It's so easy to remove. That feels like a... really like a design flaw, that it's so easy to remove. I would expect like some, you know, wires and shit to come out with it. Silver hair is obnoxious to take care of, TBH. Oh yeah? Wait, how so? Oh, or do you mean like colored silver? Like not natural silver? Colored silver? Yeah. That's high maintenance stuff for sure. Wait. Oh no. I just noticed the hand. What the fuck? I literally just only noticed the hand right now. Oh no, what is going on in here? He looks like the homeless dude in Fahrenheit. Ah, shit. I think Raph may have done that.
Alright. That's all for now.
Uh-oh.
Free to go.
We've got officers sweeping the neighborhood in case anybody saw.
Oh, shit.
Okay, well, let me know if they turn anything up.
What are you gonna do with that?
I have no idea.
It took the first bus that came along and stayed at the end of the line. Its decision wasn't planned. It was driven by fear.
Androids don't feel fear.
Deviants do. They get overwhelmed by their emotions and make irrational decisions.
All right, well, that still doesn't tell us where it went.
It didn't have a plan, and it had nowhere to go. Maybe it didn't go far.
Well, another one of those David Cage specials right there, where you play both sides of the same...
Ralph found this to feed the little girl. It's good for her. A present. To make up for past misunderstandings. Ralph will cook. We will do just like humans do. Humans like burnt meat. Come. Come and sit down.
That's very kind of you, Ralph. But we have to go.
Go. No, you will go once the little girl is eaten. We will eat together, just like a family. You know, the father, the mother, and the little girl.
Ah, jeez.
No, Ralph. We're leaving now. Come on, Alice.
Oh.
The little girl's going nowhere.
Check gun, worried, explain, agree. Okay. If I shoot the gun though. Worried, explain, agree. Explain.
Humans don't eat that, Ralph.
Wrong! Humans eat dead animals, I know that!
Worried or agree? Worried.
You're not going to hurt her, are you? We're friends. Remember?
No, Ralph doesn't want to hurt the little girl. He just wants her to eat. That's all.
Well, I don't have much of a choice there.
Okay. We'll eat together. Like a family.
That's better. Ralph went to a lot of trouble to find something for the little girl to eat. It wouldn't be polite for her to refuse, would it? Great.
I will say, David Cage has become pretty good at making tension in his scenes.
Succulent, you'll see. Succulent. Succulent. Father, mother, little girl.
Please, Kara. I don't want to eat that.
What did she say?
Lie, truth.
She said she can't wait to eat it. She's very hungry.
The little human is not going to regret it. Ralph found the best, the biggest one he could find. This is going to be succulent. Succulent.
Oh my god, dude.
Go ahead. Eat.
Oh.
Hey!
Ask about corpse. Draw gun. Bluff.
We're going to stand up now. And we're going to leave, Ralph.
No.
I should have.
No, you're not.
I should have used one of the options that I unlocked.
Until Ralph says so.
I hope I can still do that. Ask about the corpse.
I saw the body upstairs. You killed that human, didn't you?
No. No, he was like that when Ralph found him. Ralph is sorry. He just wanted to be your friend.
Then let us go.
Anybody home?
Oh shit.
There's blue blood on the fence.
Uh-oh.
I know another android was
Oh
here.
shit, we actually left that blood. Oh. Okay, this is the David Cage special where you play both sides of the investigation, right? You play the criminal and you play the one searching for him. That's the Fahrenheit special right there. Man doesn't want to let go of that concept, right? He loves it. He really loves it. To be fair, it's amazing. I think it's an interesting concept. I don't know how I reconcile it with me as the player, though. It always sort of bothers me. Because... So I think I'm pretty good with being like, okay, now I'm this character, so I'm going to be immersed in this character. I'm going to try to do my best to investigate with this character, right? But what if I had a preference suddenly? What if I hated Connor and I loved Kara? And I don't know what the possibilities are here, so let's not discuss too much in detail, because I don't know, right? But if I could screw the investigation as Connor because I like Kara, wouldn't I do it? Right? And then it brings a lot of questions, because then you're not you're not really playing Connor as Connor would be played. You're playing Connor with the metagaming knowledge of you're chasing after Kara, right? So it's like, if the game doesn't really give you the option to screw the investigation, like either it gives you the option to screw the investigation, in which case you're metagaming, or it doesn't give you the option to screw the investigation, and then what's the purpose? You're investigating something which you already know the answer of, which makes it less interesting, I guess. So I don't know. I feel I have like fundamental issues with the concept in itself. But I think it can make for somewhat like interesting tension, I guess. No. No. Just be glad you're not secretly investigating yourself like in Heavy Rain. Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah. That was a total mess. You're saying it's better the player doesn't know if they're playing both sides like in Heavy Rain? Nah, that was some... Like, Heavy Rain's twist makes no sense whatsoever. It's so dumb. Yeah. I'm waiting, like, so far, every game had a disappointing twist towards the end, right? I'm waiting to see which one this, you know, what will be this game's disappointing sort of final act situation. I'm still not trusting David Cage to end the story satisfyingly. He hasn't proved that he's able to do it. What twist was it in Beyond Two Souls? It was the situation with Willem Dafoe's character and his family, and the sudden turn into him being a cartoonish villain. And basically, you know, suddenly deciding to destroy the world so that, you know, he wouldn't be alone away from his family or whatever. It was very, very bad. Cage ruining endings is hilarious, though. I mean, it is fun. That's true. We'll see if this one ends better. Oh. Has this been an improvement overall? I think it... Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, it does get a little better. But like Fahrenheit started solo, it's hard not to do better. Like, Fahrenheit made no fucking sense whatsoever. The twists were complete garbage nonsense. So, you know, Heavy Rain was... The twist was a gigantic plot hole, but at least it was somewhat entertaining, I guess. And then Beyond Two Souls was very caricatural and cliche, but it's still sort of like... It didn't break the plot, right? There was no plot hole involved in Beyond Two Souls. It was just a bit of a cliche and not that interesting. But it was fine, right? What I'm more upset about with when it comes to Beyond Two Souls is that the actual ending, like the actual like post gameplay ending, kind of ruined the theme of the game and the whole like thematic development and character development. So that I was upset about. I think it really like diminishes the overall experience, at least the ending that I got, right? But yeah. Let's see. Peep. Android in the house. Yeah. We saw Ralph. Let's just get in. Oh. Scan the android. Reassure.
Don't be afraid. I'm not gonna hurt you.
Perfect tool to cut a wire fence. Uh-oh. Several plates. Androids don't need heat. I'm trying to... Thank you. Jesus, the prompts. Table set for 3 people. Food? Androids don't eat. The prompts sometimes are just not coming up. It's very upsetting. AX400.
I'm looking for an AX400. Have you seen it?
Ralph's seen nobody.
Are you lying, Raph? Clues to analyze. Oh, shit. Burn mark. Irreversible skin damage. Probable cause extreme heat. So they definitely have like self-healing properties, right? There's damage they can reverse, but not all of it. This was extreme. How did that happen? Who burned poor Raph's face? Model WR600. Gardner. Reported missing. Defoe was awesome in The Lighthouse. I still need to watch that. Actually, like I said earlier, there's a somewhat of a good chance that I may watch The Lighthouse this weekend. Processing LED. Signs of software instability. Probability of self-destruction moderate. Self-destruction? Uh-oh. 56% level of stress. Deviants. Blue blood.
There's blue blood on the fence. I know another android was here.
Ralph scratched himself coming through. That's Ralph's blood.
Deviants?
Are there any other androids here?
Other androids? No. Ralph is alone.
Raph is definitely not doing so well right now. That door's closed. It didn't used to be. Oh, wait. It's like a hot and cold game. Oh, that's interesting. Look at that! I can tell where they are based on the level of stress. That's so fucking interesting. What an interesting mechanic. Yeah, I wanted to bring Connor here so that you can notice the writings like in the house we investigated. This is very... I can tell David Cage watched Inglourious Bastards before creating this game.
Is anyone upstairs?
No. Nobody.
The android is telling the truth. Nice. Because of the, you know, like the idea of having people hidden.
Coming, Lieutenant!
Run! Quick, Kara!
Oh shit! Ralph actually helped us.
Connor, what's going on?
It's here! Call it in! Which way did it go?
That way. They're headed for the train station.
Oh shit, look at us. We're actually running and all. I mean, I have to do my job as Connor, right? I don't want Kara to be arrested, but... Oh, that's so cool.
Don't shoot! We need it alive!
Oh, fuck. That's insane.
I pressed it!
Hey, where are you going?
I can't let them get away.
They won't. They'll never make it to the other side.
I can't take that chance.
Hey, you will get yourself killed. Do not go after him, Connor. That's an order.
Okay. If he says it's an order, I'm not doing it. No, I pressed it! I thought it was full! Dude, this is so... Dude, this was so stressful. Oh my lord. Dude.
Are you okay?
I thought it was full, so I was getting ready for the next prompt, right? Oh. That was insanely forgiving, yes. Yes, I'm very glad. That could have gone a lot worse, I'm sure. Almost lost another child? Yeah, I mean, Jesus. Also, what's with the fucking road-based minigames in the David Cage games again? Like in Heavy Rain, right? We had to dodge all those cars and everything. Might be a Frogger fan? Yeah, maybe so. He loves vehicular manslaughter. Dude, this was so scary. So, my problem here was that I was supposed to spam X, right? And once the thing filled up, I was like, okay, I need to get ready for the next prompt. Because earlier, I was spamming X, and so I missed the next prompt because I was still spamming X. I was like, okay, I need to be more careful. And then I'm spamming X, and then I see the thing going down, and I'm like, what do you mean that's not enough? The thing was full. And then I kept pressing X, and I missed the square because the square popped up, right? It was that was a disaster. Everything that could have went wrong here was... Oh man, I am so glad that we made it to the other side without, I don't know, anything disastrous happening. Jeez. That was nerve-wracking. That was nerve-wracking. Also, what the fuck? Look at how many different... I'm assuming this whole thing is if you are maybe in the motel, for instance. That has to be the motel. Like, the motel seems like a complex set piece, right? To have maybe, like, investigation, talking to the manager or whatever, different rooms. Who the fuck knows? That could be like the car, maybe, right? If you sleep in the car. And that's if you sleep in the squad, right? Oh, right, explore the squad. Maybe that's explore the hotel or whatever. Maybe there's different... I really wonder, man, I really wonder what kind of different experience you can get if you end up in the motel or whatever. This is the first... I will say, this is the first of the David Cage games that I'm seeing this and I'm like, I kind of want to replay it. Like, not immediately, but in the somewhat near future. To try all the other options. Because, like, I'm really curious what kind of... Like, the Ralph story was super fun, right? Like, it was an interesting element to the story. Like, what if you don't have that? What other stuff can you, like, experience and all that? You know. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I would like to experience again, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not gonna do like a yearly Cageathon or anything because that would be silly. Like I definitely do not want to replay Fahrenheit again. But I feel Detroit may be something that I may want to revisit in the near future. Maybe next year at some point. Like do another playthrough of Detroit and try some other options and all that. Could be fun. Yeah, Cat? I mean, ultimately, it's interesting because ultimately it does lead to the same thing, right? Which is, oh, well, never mind. Hold on. There could have been another thing there. Oh, I'm assuming you can literally get arrested immediately by Connor, maybe, right? Or something? If, like, maybe Ralph doesn't like you, or if you killed Ralph, for instance, maybe he's not there to defend you, so you get arrested or something. I'm trying to, like, imagine what kind of outcome it could be, right? But obviously a different outcome if you actually chase with Connor. I felt like here Connor sorry, Hank gave me an order, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna listen to the order, right? Connor, even though he has his directives and is trying to accomplish his quest, I feel like he's still supposed to obey Hank's order, which I'm sure. I wonder if that's gonna make Amanda dissatisfied because I didn't follow like my main directive, which seems to be to stop the deviants, and instead I followed like Hank's. That's gonna be an interesting dynamic there. But I felt like in this case, I think it was fine that I obey Hank. I'm trying to sort of, Connor still wants to get in Hank's good graces because it would be beneficial for the investigation if they got along a little bit. But yeah, it's interesting that Connor hasn't sort of broken out of his shell yet. Like he hasn't broken that wall yet, as the others one have. And like I said, I'm really hoping that Connor's story is going to be more interesting in terms of how I'm assuming he will get there eventually, right? But I'm hoping it's going to be a bit more interesting than people being violent with him and then he breaks out of his shell, because that's what happened to Kara and Marcus both. I was kind of afraid in the police station scene when that asshole like Gavin started attacking me, right? I was like, oh God, I hope it's not going to be another one of those things where he gets brutalized by that fucking assholes and then he breaks out of his shell or whatever. I'm really hoping for something a little more subtle with Connor. Just to have something different. I don't think all of the androids becoming deviants should be triggered by humans being violent to them. I don't think that serves the theme very well. I think it's more interesting if there are... That's what I meant with Marcus, right? I wish Marcus's awakening had happened differently, right? There was something that was really interesting with the art and all of that, right? That could have been a nice way to have him awaken and all that, but yeah. And yeah, Volpin, to answer your question, I would personally prefer if the chart didn't show by default and that you could look for it on the main menu if you wanted. Like you go in your chapters and then you can... I would like if you only see like the path you took and then you can press a button to display the other path, right? I would prefer if by default it wasn't displayed. But that's just a personal thing. I like not knowing there are other paths. Just to maintain the illusion that what I'm playing is the only one experience, right? And then later you're like, okay, what are all the other paths? And you're like, oh my God, there was so much, right? And then you later decide to explore them. I will say this negatively affects my experience and immersion, personally, right? Knowing that, well, my story didn't have to be... isn't really like true or something. I don't know, it's a weird thing. But it's just a personal preference, right? I don't think it's a bad decision. I just think it's personally not what I would prefer. But yeah. But yeah, it's fine. It's not a huge deal. Like I don't, it doesn't affect me too much, I don't think. Nap was great. Gameplay kept leaking into my dream. I love when that happens. I love when I'm like watching a stream or whatever and it just like it's pervasive and it gets into your brain. Happens to me quite often. Okay, I really liked the interaction between Connor and Kara there. That little moment where they turn at the fence and they look at each other in the eyes, and there's that moment of like it's a bit suspended. I thought that was really cool. I'm willing to give a kudos overall for the tension of the scene and the way it just that was well done. I enjoyed it. I feel like striking the game for the somewhat confusing prompts though. I feel like there's something that's not fluid about them, and I can't really express what it is. It's much better than it is in Beyond Two Souls. Like, the invisible prompts were not the play, that's for sure. Invisible prompts in this scene would have killed me 100% of the time. If it's possible to die in this scene, invisible prompts would have done me in. There was no way I was getting out on the other side of that fucking thing. I'm assuming you maybe don't die, but you get maybe, I don't know, like run over by a car and then you get arrested. Just like if Connor like chases you and then it all leads to being arrested or something. Although there's 3 different paths there. Reach the other side, maybe one of them is arrested and the other one is dead? Maybe? Yeah, okay, I'm assuming Connor chases, Connor gets to them, Connor arrests them, right? Which leads to the same thing as this, this probably gets arrested, or this. And then I'm thinking one of them maybe leads to death. You don't reach the middle section, you get like run over by a car. And you get destroyed. Well, death is a relative term, but destroyed at least. Right? You do easy difficulty, the QTs are more forgiving and simpler. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's a bit of a combination, Shepard. It's the combination of having to mash, but when you fill up the mash meter, it doesn't immediately end. You have to keep mashing it full. So what happened is I was mashing it, it filled up, I thought I was done, so I stopped, and then I noticed it was going back down again, so I started mashing again, but it failed me and instantly moved me into another one, which was another prompt, which means I was still mashing, and so I did 2 wrongs, even though I thought it was a bit confusing, but enough for a strike? I don't know. I feel like, in a weird way, I still feel like those are the better version of the prompts that David Cage has ever done. I feel like they're better than Heavy Rain's. And I think the reason for that is that Heavy Rain's prompts were sometimes very hard to see, because they tried to do like this immersive thing where the prompts would appear only where they would be important, and like if you had to do something with your hand, it was only on the hand. And with the camera angle, sometimes you wouldn't see the hand before like much later. So it became sort of very hard sometimes to see the prompts in Heavy Rain. So I think this one's a bit of a middle ground. Like the prompts are like visually very clear, which I think is great. Yeah, I think that's a good point, Chipmunk. With the aesthetic of like the androids, it can be very like UI made like look like an internal like Android UI, but so it looks good and clean, which I like it. But yeah, I think this one in particular had way too much mashing, which made it a bit difficult, or annoying. I don't know. It's okay. I'm not gonna strike it for that. I think the scene overall was pretty okay. I do wonder though, like, there is an option I can see here that I could have reached them before they got to the fence, right? Which means I would have probably arrested them. Which is there's a lot of options where you arrest them. A lot of outcomes where you arrest them here. This one I'm thinking is one. This one is one. Probably this one is one. and maybe this one here. There's a lot of outcomes where I feel like Connor arrests them here. Which really, again, like makes me really wonder what happens then, right? Instead of whatever we're gonna get, which is that we managed to escape. All of these are very interesting. Like I'm really intrigued. I definitely think you can write that down. I'm probably gonna stream another playthrough of Detroit at some point next year. I'm not gonna do it back to back, but I'm definitely gonna do it at some point next year for sure. I want to explore a lot of other options, like intentionally try to explore different options. Not sure when, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see, Chipmunk. Yeah, maybe we'll do like a replay, replay sessions in the spring or something. Replay Disco Elysium. The summer of... What's a good synonym for repetition that starts with S? Can't think of one. The summer of second playthroughs. That's pretty good. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. All fail runs. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly what a second playthrough would look like right now, but there's definitely a few things I want to try, like do maybe the motel, which I'm assuming is this one or this one. I feel like the motel is the most different one because it's like a completely different section of the street, right? I definitely want to do one where Connor maybe manages to capture them, which I'm assuming is one of the options, right? Yeah, I don't know. Interesting thoughts, for sure. Sequential summer. The summer of sequels. What's up, dads? How are you doing today? I've played through a visual novel series where the idea is that you will play through all the paths to reach a true ending. I mean, that's sort of also like the concept of Nier, right? You kind of have to play the game several times to get to like a normal ending, which I think is an interesting concept. I've heard of the concept of Bandersnatch. I haven't watched or played it, or whatever you want to call that. But I've heard of it when it came out. It was a big... Like, it was very hyped when it came out. I don't want to see the world stats there. 59% of people escaped. Or rather, reached the other side. Not sure. A lot of low percentages there. Jesus. Oh, well, I guess, yeah. It already diminishes the amount of people that start there, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Anktar, for sure. I mean, I'm surprised this one has that many people getting that outcome based on how many other outcomes there are, right? There's one... Hold on. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other outcomes. Some of which are maybe the same, virtually the same, right? But you would think that this one maybe would be less. I mean, maybe it's easier to get into that one because of just how the game plays. I don't know. Like, for instance, them reaching the fence. I feel like I didn't even try to let them reach the fence. I was running after them, but I just wasn't fast enough, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's based on something else. Maybe if Kara's wounded, maybe if she fought with Ralph, or maybe Alice hasn't slept well and she's tired, or I don't know, maybe it's something else that affects it, you know? I don't know. Hard to know, obviously. How do you feel to play both sides? What was executed there? I think it was okay. I liked that. I could go full on with Connor and like try to solve it, and still have Kara sort of have a chance to escape. Right. I like that it wasn't just like you do it and they don't escape, or you don't do it and they escape. That would have felt very two-dimensional. This was interesting. Like it led into something interesting. Me following the mission with Connor led into something really interesting that interacted with Ralph and made me feel like maybe my interactions with Ralph, with Kara, had a importance, right? Maybe I was friendly enough with him that he wanted to defend me. I could have seen, like, I can imagine maybe if I pulled a gun on him, it would have acted differently. If I shot him, maybe it would have acted differently, of course. Like, it made me feel like all the choices actually mattered, which doesn't always happen in a game like that. It may very well be an illusion, but if that's the case, it does the illusion very well. And then again, based on the number of little paths here and there, I feel like it's not just an illusion, right? There's actually other ways in which this could have played out. So, yeah, I don't know. Although, I mean, I guess if we check under the stairs, the attack always happens. Ooh, but hold on. Androids kept quiet. There would have been another option. Maybe if I shot a gun, they would have heard. Oh no, because that's after I enter the squad. Oh shit. Oh yeah, there's a path where Ralph actually sells me out, I guess. Interesting. Also, it's interesting that it says squat android and not Ralph specifically. There it says Ralph. Never mind. I thought maybe there could have like different androids depending on something. Yeah, interesting. I mean, it's all very intriguing. I will say that. I mean, no, that scene overall was done well. I'm pretty impressed. The game's getting better as we progress. I don't think it started bad or anything, but it definitely, like I said, started a bit more slowly than Beyond for me, like in terms of making me invested. Now I'm starting to get really intrigued, and now that the story is like really in motion, I'm really interested to see where it goes. My only issue, I guess, at this point would be, I feel like the characterization outside of Okay. I think Hank and Connor are very interesting. There's some really cool interactions there. And Connor, even though he doesn't have much of a character yet, because he's meant to be that sort of android that, you know, he's an android. He's following the rules. He's a bit of a, you know, what's the expression? Stick in the mud or whatever. But that's sort of what he's meant to be, right? He doesn't really have much of a character yet, which I'm sure is going to evolve as we keep playing. But already you can see like hints here and there at a certain amount of personality, I think, in the way he interacts with Hank and all that. So I'm looking forward to see how that develops. But Hank obviously is a great character. I think there's a lot there to be appreciated. I think Marcus was very interesting in the way he interacted with Carl. That was my most... That was the story I was most interested in. Now... I will say since the moment we got like deviant with Marcus after the Leo incident, I think Marcus' character is less interesting to me right now, even though the scene where he rebuilds himself was fascinating. I think visually amazing scene. I need to know who Marcus is now, right? He doesn't have that art angle and all of that around him, which I thought was really interesting anymore. So what is he going to be now? I think I'm very interested. I need to see one more scene with Marcus before I can make a judgment there. I think the Kara character so far is the one that is the most bland to me. Because she's in full survival mode, which I don't think in itself is not interesting, but she doesn't display much of a personality. She's just trying to survive and protect Alice, right? This very maternal thing. But it doesn't come with very interesting motivations. She's just doing it because she's doing it, right? I would love to see a bit more. I'm waiting to see more personality out of Kara, I guess. A bit more of a... something a bit deeper in terms of motivations and theme, maybe. Daniel hates mothers. That's not what I'm saying. I understand what she's doing. I'm just saying, I feel... If and I feel like that's very much the thing. I feel like Kara's theme is survival, right? If Kara's theme is going to be survival, I want it to be more involved than just I'm doing it because I was programmed to do so and I'm taking care of that kid, right? I want it to be a bit more personal. I want the stakes to feel more consequential to Kara as a character. I don't want her to be just a tool to that theme of survival, which I feel like that's what she is right now. I don't want it to be a woman by Cage, right? I need a little more. What's up, Noger? How are you doing, man? But obviously it's still pretty early, so I'm sure it may get there eventually. And if ultimately the motivation is she's doing it for her kid, that's a strong motivation. But I need to see that development of that maternal angle being done well, right? I need it to be more than what it is right now. I don't want it to feel like it's just because she's programmed to do so. I want to see the real development of their relationship. There are hints of that already, right? But it needs to be a whole thing. It needs to really lean into that and see their relationship develop and conversations and all of that, right? I want to see more of that. So we'll see. So yeah, I think that the theme of Kara is probably survival. The theme of Connor is, for now, I feel like it's duty. I feel like the sense of duty is a big theme for Connor. Like, you know, duty, responsibility, however you want to put it. I feel like that's his main theme so far that I can tell. And I think it's doing it pretty well. I like the tension between trying to, you know, sort of get on Hank's good side and at the same time accomplishing your mission. And then it seems like you have all that pressure from Amanda's side of things, right? I think that's pretty interesting. I think he's in a right spot to have like an interesting conflict between, you know, his loyalty to his duty and also maybe trying to his allegiance to Hank that he's supposed to obey and all that. I think there's going to be a lot of interesting stuff there. And as far as Marcus goes, I'm not sure what the theme of Marcus is going to be yet. I need to see more of it. He seems to be Android Jesus, right? So I feel like Android Jesus, I feel like Marcus's theme may be about sort of androids' freedom, androids' rights, so maybe like rebellion could be a big theme for him, right? If he's going to be Android Jesus and try to, you know, take on that role. But I'm saying that based on like very limited information, right? But anyway, I'm looking forward to see where this is going overall. But I think this is sort of suffering from the same thing as Heavy Rain in the sense that one of Beyond's high points for me was how very well it dealt with its theme. But that's easy to do when you only have one character, one story, one plot, one, you know. It's much harder to do when the characters have to share screen time. 3 characters is a lot. for a video game that ultimately is probably not that long, right? It's probably not that big of a video game. But it's a lot to split a story in 3 different characters and have all the themes be well developed and explored. Because it obviously cuts a lot of the screen time. But we'll see. Who's your favorite character so far? I think Hank's probably the most interesting. I liked Carl. I mean, I like Carl. For all I know, he's still there. But I don't know if we're gonna see much more of him. But yeah, I think Hank is an interesting character for sure. Now, if you mean playable characters, probably Connor. I think Connor is the most interesting in terms of like the natural conflict that comes out of his story. So I think is the most fascinating one. Is the one that I'm really curious how it's gonna evolve, right? Especially because he doesn't really, he's sort of sitting on that fence still, right? Hasn't broken out of his directives and all that. The other two are a bit more, yeah. Again, I'm a bit annoyed by Marcus, but I wish Marcus was more than the sort of awakening of Marcus could have been more than what it was, but oh. What is this 8 exclamation mark thing? I feel like I've seen that several times in chat yet. Is that something I forgot? Is it a reference to something I forgot in the game? Raph says eat, but it sounds like 8. Oh. Did it? I didn't notice. I can't judge people for their accent, right? That would be very disingenuous of me. All right, anyway. Next scene, I guess.
Several sources report that CyberLife has provided Detroit police with a prototype detective android. Although police assistant androids have existed for several years now, this would be the first case of an android being authorized to play an active role in criminal investigations. We contacted CyberLife for comment, but no one was available to answer our questions.
Look at us. Marcus looks badass right now.
We are now approaching Ferndale Station. Please take care of stepping onto the platform.
Look at that.
Customers are reminded that all androids must ride in the designated area.
Android Jesus. Oh shit. What's going on?
This place will be free. Find Jericho.
Oh yeah, the Jericho stuff. I forgot about that. Check symbol. Wait, where did I get that from? Did the android in the yard give it to me? Look for the graffiti. Wait, hold on. Did I miss the part where... No. God, I hate this UI. You want that jacket? It's really cool. That coat. Yeah. Yeah, did he give me a thing? That symbol I have in my hand. Did he give it to me? I don't think he did. I'm confused as to how I have this thing in my hand, but whatever. We'll just assume we got it somehow. Oh, there it is. Well, that was easy. Yeah, maybe, you know, a mind code thing. when he touched me or whatever. It's easily headcanonable. It's just I wish it was a bit clearer. Look around to find the graffiti in the environment. Tutorial.
There's some change.
Why would you call it a tutorial? You can just... You can do that in a more immersive way, game. I'm noticing the game is freezing a little bit. Is it because my PS5 is overheating? Hold on, I need to check something. One second. Seems alright. I was worried that the PS5 was overheating because I rest my leverless controller on the PS5 when I'm not playing Street Fighter. It's resting on there because that's some room that I have on my desk. Which I felt wouldn't be too much of a problem because it leaves enough air to go around. It's in aluminum, you know, it's not something that's gonna necessarily keep it warm or anything. But yeah, I just touched the underside of it with my hand. It's completely cold. So clearly there's no heat coming out of that, so it's fine. Yeah, I'm in PS5, Jesus. Yeah, enjoy the close-up. You could see all my white hair in my stash, probably. Alright, Rian King. Enjoy the rest of your day. You know, I mean, overall, so far I'm having a good time with this game. I think there's a reasonable argument to make that this is probably the best game David Cage made. So far. I still think, you know, I still have a little soft spot for Detroit based on purely narrative reasons. But Detroit also had a lot of issues, like mainly with the gameplay. I think those invisible prompts, QTEs, were not it at all. That was trash. And I'm glad they didn't... did I say something else? I meant Beyond Two Souls, yes. Yeah, the invisible prompt in Beyond Two Souls, I'm glad they didn't continue on that trend. That was bad. Android on the run. Runaway machine causes panic in Camden. With miles of unspoiled nature, Canada is a true land of the free. President warrant to make state visit to United Kingdoms. Nice, Anktar. Love to hear it. Resident in the Detroit suburb of Camden were witness to a thrilling chase today after a police manhunt, including roadblocks and dozens of police interviews, flushed out a felony fugitive. But this is a fugitive with a difference. The suspect is an android. The Rogue AX400 model is thought to be suffering from an extremely rare malfunction and took extreme measures to avoid police, even dashing across a busy highway to avoid police officers. Also, us changing clothes and haircut clearly did nothing, because now they know exactly what we look like. Eyewitness statements are inconclusive, and with no official report, it's impossible to say for sure what really happened, but local news correspondents are looking into the case at this very moment. No CyberLife spokesperson was available for comment, and the speculation looks set to continue. I hope we're going to learn more about CyberLife during this game. The only thing related to CyberLife that we found outside of the stores, right, are probably like... It's probably like Amanda. Amanda, I feel like, is the CyberLife thing. Employee or creator or scientist or whatever you want to... Yeah. I want to see more about those. Doesn't mention the child. Yeah, that's kind of weird, right? Yeah, I don't know. People are really focused on androids right now. Would have been an easy way to, you know, if you want to push the agenda of making androids look bad, you can also, you know, use that to imply that she kidnapped the child or whatever, right? Always leaving out information. Android astronauts to explore Io. NASA sends android crew into space. Hackers target solar panels for latest ransom scam. NASA announced the launch of a 5-android crew to explore Io, one of Jupiter's satellites. The journey will last 3 years and is expected to teach us much about the formation of our solar system. Though not the first androids in space, this is the first all-machine crew, proving that androids are sufficiently reliable to be entrusted with the entire mission. I would trust androids more than humans. Are you kidding? For a mission of this kind? Androids are an extraordinary asset for the conquest of space, say Michael Shelley, director of NASA. Cosmic radiation destroys human DNA. Humans suffer many effects from long-term space travel, while androids are immune to most of these issues. NASA confirmed no return journey was planned and that the androids would work on Io for several months before being destroyed by the extreme conditions of the planet. That's kind of sad a little bit. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm assuming, Bishless, that the magazines are dynamically changing based on what you do, right? The fact that the androids are being sent without any return plan and then just progressively get destroyed by the conditions there makes me think of that little comic. I'm sure you've seen it, that little comic. I think it's an what's the name of that comic book again? XKCD or whatever. With a little decommissioned drone on Mars. Like the little robot on Mars that eventually, you know, keeps trying to contact us, but we don't care about him anymore. Yeah, the rover, yeah. And he's like, hello? You guys are still there? So sad. Find the graffiti, but... Was I supposed to interact with it or something? Hold on. Wait, what are they talking about?
My kids don't listen to anything else.
That's heartbreaking to learn. It's just a machine, Emmy. It doesn't actually think. Oh, jeez. Oh, I'm supposed to... Okay, never mind. Oh, wait, no. There it is. Dude, this is so lame. I was right there. Find this graffiti. Okay, a lion head and the same symbol. What if it does? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. If I'm wrong, Emmy, I'll apologize. I won't have to. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to... Oh, come on! I wanted to go on the wrong side. Did you do that also when you were a kid? Take the wrong side of the escalator? Both ways. When AI takes over the world, the bots will save...
Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Did that dude just steal my wallet or something? Oh, no, I understand what the purpose of that was. I was like, hold on, why would that be a scene like that? What was the purpose of that? I don't have a wallet or anything. It's to show Marcus is learning what it is to be human. The dude bumped into him and apologized instead of being like, yo, watch where you're going, you plastic asshole, or whatever, right? He gets to experience what it is that people like actually consider you as a person, right? Which obviously is gonna have an impact on his beliefs, I'm sure. That was a pretty interesting little touch there, I will say. That was maybe one of the most subtle pieces of writing I've seen from David Cage. Ever. Nice little, you know, storytelling there. Non-explicit storytelling.
Do you know where Jericho is?
Okay. Can I do that with every android around? No. Music is cool. 2 symbols to find. There's one there. It's Apollo. And one there. Okay, corner of a street with a speaker. Yeah, suck in a jar. Oh, look at this! Little delivery drone or something. So cute. The Hare and Hornet. Is that a bar? Or a pub? I want to go to a pub that's called the Hare and Hornet. I can't cross the road.
Don't forget these. The light is red. Please do not attempt to cross.
Oh, there it is. Up there. Nice. Alright, enjoy work, Emmy. Good luck. You rightfully employed person. I don't miss being rightfully employed. I do miss the salary though. I do miss having more money than I really know what to do with. Like when I was working full-time as a teacher. An elephant? Elephant? Is that supposed to mean elephant? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to reach a point where everything is perfect, right?
Yeah, I hope he makes it.
Oh, Carl is in bad shape.
Where'd you hear that?
Oh yeah, he was having a heart attack, right?
I read it somewhere.
Well, don't believe everything you read.
He was having some kind of heart attack. Why work when play game? Well, I mean, play game, not make much money, sadly. Maybe one day. Nobody's safe from success. Antique games. Oh, that store's not doing well. I know where the thing is. I just want to see if there's something I can interact with. Cage should pay you to praise his game. He should hire me to help him write the next one. I've clearly proven that I'm able to improve his stories, I feel like, over the past few weeks. He needs a real writer. I'm sure he has plenty of very talented people on his team. Okay, now one with robots. Quantic Dream, you hearing this? Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't have any experience in writing for games, so
Hey, listen, can you spare some cash?
it's probably not as easy as I think it is. I'm just there's probably some stuff that you can't really you know, I'm not sure the words I'm looking for. Restrictions when it comes to like writing in context of a video game that doesn't allow you to do pretty much everything you want. Okay, I can only see 2 of them, I think. Hold on. Oh, wait. I didn't see there was an interaction thing. I don't think you actually think it's easy, but I don't think it's necessarily harder than a novel. I mean, it's a different medium, right? So you have to adapt to it. And I feel like there's a bunch of I think there's a bunch of like sort of there's stuff that you have to do for gameplay reasons or whatever, right? Or stuff that you can't change later in development because so much of the actual game has already been produced, so you can't just... It's not as easy as a novel, for instance, to edit stuff later, right? And obviously there are budget reasons you have to account for and production things you have to account for, but that's the same when if you write for TV or movies, right? It's a different medium. There's other concerns than just the writing itself. But, I mean, it's fine. You can learn and you can adapt, right? Ultimately, it doesn't change a lot of the, like, fundamental writing concepts. And I feel like it's even, for me, I think it's interesting to have to think about, okay, how can I improve... For instance, I look at a scene, how can I improve the thematic development and execution in this scene, for instance, while still being restricted by all those things that are already implemented and that have to happen in a certain way. I think that's the interesting part of it. It's problem solving. I love to do that. I was in a QA with a writer of this game, said he never did games, only TV show writing, talked to Cage, they hired him mid-development, anything's possible. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not against the idea of acquiring some experience in video games. Like, there's a thing I want to do with Captain Dax at some point with his game that he made on Dreams. I wanna do something with that at some point. And then, I don't know, maybe create a narrative project myself using something as like RPG Maker or whatever, just as a show, like a sort of a proof of concept, right? And yeah, just, you know, it's still a goal that I have to eventually make my way into video game writing. It'd be interesting. I think being a good writer is harder than learning the limitations of the format. I agree, yes, I would agree with that. I mean, the understanding and knowledge I have of the actual, like, fundamentals of writing, I can adapt to anything with that, right? Once I understand what the limitations are, I could very easily adapt. The Cage-a-thon could be a negative when applying to work at Quantic Dream. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want to work with them, though, faulty. And also, if being able to formulate accurate comments about what they've done in the past, if that's a negative for them, I probably don't want to work for them, right? You would think that, on the contrary, it would be an asset of having someone who's able to identify what went right or wrong and has ideas to correct it. But yeah, I don't necessarily want to work for Quantic Dreams. I'm just joking around with that because I'm playing their games right now. If I could work at a dream company, it would be Naughty Dog, probably. I like what they're doing with narrative, and they're also like a big studio, which I think would be interesting. Make your choices. Narrative started in books originally before video games were advanced enough. Yeah. I mean, choose your own adventure books were amazing. I was, I think I was 9 or 10 when I created my first choose your own adventure book. I remember it very clearly. It wasn't very big. It had maybe like 50 paragraphs. 50 like numbered paragraphs. And I remember doing it on like school, like on the school notebooks we had, like with the pages you could, you know, tear off. And then I remember, you know, making little holes on the side, piercing little holes on the side, and then tying it together with a piece of cardboard on front and on the back, and with a piece of like thread, because I wanted it to be like a book, you know. So funny. It was probably not very good, but I had fun doing it. Yeah, suck in a jar. I mean, unfortunately, and I'm not defending it. It's, you know, crunch is definitely not good. But I feel like a lot of studios, like, it's hard to avoid it, right? Unfortunately, I think it's a thing in the industry that just happens everywhere, but... And I'm not saying, you know, that it... Again, not defending it, I'm just saying it's hard to not... If you want to work in video games, I think it's going to be hard to find a studio that doesn't have crunch, unfortunately. What's up, Nero? Lead writer of DBH starting his own game studio. He's hiring in the future. All remote. Republic Games. I'm gonna put that on the side there and look into it. Republic Games Studio. Oh yeah, that's the guy that left Quantic Dream, like doing Star Wars or whatever. Adam Williams, yeah. But yeah, again, you know, I understand it's an industry that is suffering right now, so obviously, you know, nobody's looking to hire people with no experience in the video game industry itself. So it's gonna be up to me to sort of try to make my way in there one way or another. But I think it's interesting. It's a challenge. It's something I'm gonna look into in the future, for sure. Obviously, having written novels, and one of them being, you know, having won a big award and being nominated for more than one is obviously going to be could be a pretty interesting plus. But yeah, I need to find a way to acquire like actual like video game narrative experience. That'd be great. Okay. It's right there. Don't make... I understand it's like a, you know, a QR code, right? You need to see it in full to be able to scan it. I still hate it. Parking Incorporated. Weekdays rate. First 20 minutes, $3. Each additional 20 minutes, $2. Maximum rate, 14, 10, 8, 6. Rate in effect. That seems wildly cheap for a parking lot. I don't know. Maybe Switzerland is just too expensive and my views are skewed. That's one. That's one too. Yep. Where's the third one? in there somewhere I can see it? How much does parking cost in Switzerland? Too much. Like an hour in the city center, an hour in a parking lot would probably end up being like 12 bucks or something. Switzerland is walkable. Well, I mean, it is, and we have a very good like public transport system, right? Our public transit system is really, really well done. So you don't need a car in Switzerland. You can get away without it. Sparkle? Sparkle? Wait, hold on. Am I about to Matrix jump this shit? Pre-construct? Use the right stick to select a route. Wait, what? Whoa. Ow! Would be too unstable. Love it. That's kind of cool. Hell yeah. Compute. Nice. Love it. Execute. Oh boy. Is it still gonna be a QTE, I wonder? Okay, I kind of wish it still had a QTE element to it. That would have been fun. And you could still fail. Wonka Reader. The music is great. I love this sequence so far. It's very like exploring and music. It feels... We're very far from like the first couple of David Cage games where it pretty much felt like just an interactive movie, right? There's actual gaming happening in this one. Like in Detroit Beyond, sorry. Keep saying it wrong. Gaming a game, I sure hope there is. Well, I mean, you know, with these sort of cinematic experiences, it's not always the case. Fahrenheit did not have a lot of like actual gaming in the game. Pre-construct. Oh, one of those things again. Hell yeah. Love it. Don't you dare forget about the sick dodging sequence in that game. Like in the apartment. Like the furniture dodging. Listen, I don't count QTEs as actual gaming. Okay? I understand that what those games do, but that's not what I mean. I mean like actually exploring and walking around and... How about you just don't fall like an idiot? How is that safer? Dude. I mean, I guess that shows how much I know as a human, right? Wait, what would be the problem of just jumping up there? be too high? Why am I suddenly so weak? That seems very arbitrary. I'm very annoyed. This is an interactive narrative cinematic branching gaming animated experience. That's way too many words. How about we make games again? Not feeling this code hunt narrative-wise? Oh, well, I think it's... I don't know, I think it's okay. I kind of like it. Following the you know, the white rabbit or whatever type narrative. I'm okay with it. It's a little scene, right? I mean, I'm waiting to see where it leads, I guess, Suck in a Jar, right? It could very well feel unsatisfying depending on how it concludes, I guess. But we'll see. What's up, Kagaj? What's up, Catonius? I've seen humans do crazier shit than that. Yeah, I mean, literally watch anyone who does parkour. They would have been up there in a second. I'm tired of experiences. I just want to play a game. I mean, listen, ultimately, there's plenty of games out there, right? It's all about picking the ones you think work for you, right? Ultimately. But I'm very much excited about more narrative experiences in the future. After this, we're gonna, you know, play Last of Us. That's gonna be a game, more of a game, right? Even though it's a linear sort of cinematic thing, but there's still very much a video game in there. Undertale will be a game, probably. I don't know much about Undertale, but I hear it's like an old school RPG, so that should be fun. And then Last of Us 2, that's also going to be even more of a game than the first one. And then after that, I think I'm going to do... there's a good chance I'm going to do like Until Dawn or whatever, or maybe like the Life is Strange... the new Life is Strange, maybe True Colors before that. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe, yeah, I'm not sure. Those are more experiences, right? But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to make any commitment after Last of Us 2 for now. I'm sure we'll, you know, you never know what happens in the next few months. But yeah, the plan moving forward after the Cage-a-thon is Last of Us 1, Undertale, Last of Us 2. That is the plan. After that, it's still a bit unclear. What's up, Maxwell? How are you doing today? Execute. Like, that is literally higher than this jump that we can't make for some reason. How's the Cage-a-thon treating you? Pretty well, yeah. Detroit's been fun so far. I'm intrigued to see where... Is that a human there? Oh no, I thought it was a person. Wait, that's an android. Oh. That android is dead. Was he trying to find Jericho just like we are and didn't find it? Yeah, let's not get too excited about that, Chipmunk. I think Beyond Two Souls started even stronger. And then, you know, everything went to shit, so... Oh, there it is. Look at it. We puzzle gaming now. Yeah, this is like what was that game? Hellblade type puzzles. See, Hellblade? You only do one of them. One of them is fine. Not every fucking puzzle in the game has to be the same. God, I really wish I liked Hellblade more than I did. I'm still annoyed that I couldn't enjoy Hellblade more. I was very hopeful. No. It is what it is. Why not? Why did I not enjoy Hellblade? I thought the puzzles were extremely repetitive and tedious. And I don't know, the even like the narrative didn't really, I felt like it was a bit, everything in the game to me felt repetitive, both the puzzles and the narrative. It felt like he was hammering the same points over and over and over and over. Is it literally going to be a boat with Jericho written on this? Okay. See, that's what I mean. That's not a conclusion that makes it feel worthwhile. Because why did I need to scan all those little things or find all of these little? I could have just literally walked around and find a fucking thing and the boat with like Jericho written on the side. The actual scanning and the symbols didn't matter. Oh, I wonder. Remember when Kara asked for help and someone touched her arm or something and said, I know where you can go to be safe or whatever. And she was like, that's on the other side of the city. I wonder if that android meant Jericho. Because we never really got any closure there, right? So, this is the obvious path, but I have a feeling. Yep, no, that tracks. Yep. That made me jump so hard. Holy shit. This game really loves its depth of field blurriness. Like, it's insane how much of the environments you're exploring are just out of focus. Very cinematic, I guess so. David Cage definitely believes that, that's for sure. And look at this! It's all a giant blur. This is even worse. Because you got a lens flare right in your face that covers the only part of the game that's not blurry, which is your character. Did David Cage just find out about like depth of field and bloom and terms of graphics, the game was very ahead of its time. I didn't feel that way when it came out. I felt like it was very beautiful, like it was definitely top shelf, right? But ahead of its time, I don't think so. I didn't feel like that, you know. Like, I mean, we had games like God of War came out the same year, right? Which arguably looks better than this. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, I think Uncharted 4 was out already, right? Yeah, Uncharted 4 was 2016. Arguably looks better than this. Yeah, 2016. But I mean, yeah, it did look really good. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't look good, right? But it didn't feel to me that, like, I remember Heavy Rain and Detroit, when they both came out, I feel were a lot more impressive comparatively. Like, Heavy Rain, when it came out, like, looked like the best, you know, we had ever seen in terms of, like, characters and models and faces and all that. Same with Detroit. Beyond Two Souls. Again, I'm mixing them, but yeah, this one felt more like in line with whatever was coming out at the same time. You're tripping? How so? Yeah, I don't know, Angthar. My brain's just frazzled. So wait, I'm supposed to jump down. Is that some kind of, like, leap of faith metaphor for Android Jesus? There's something very religious about this. I don't know. Oh shit! The whole thing. Let's go. And I mean, here's the thing. This game... okay. Subtle visual storytelling there. What if I don't? Am I just drowning? Can we even drown? Where's my coat? Hold up. I lost my coat. I really enjoyed my coat. I looked so badass with it. No. It was water soluble. Soluble? How do you pronounce that in English? Soluble in French. But yeah, like, don't get me wrong, going back to the graphics, this game still looks great. It could be coming out today and it would still be one of the best looking games. It's just that there were a lot of games around like 2018, 2016, 2020, I guess, that little period of time before COVID, that looked really fucking advanced. Like the sort of like the last ones of the PS4 generation, sort of. Like God of War, Uncharted 4, Last of Us 2, obviously, in 2020, Death Stranding, like all those games look, you know, still look pretty much top of the line right now. There's a few games like these days that, you know, are starting to come out with like Unreal Engine 5 that I feel like there's improvements in like textures and sort of like details, but overall like the aesthetic hasn't really... I feel like some of those games still look pretty much like they could come out today and they would still be very much up there. I think a lot of modern games, maybe there's something with the particle effects are getting a lot better, I feel, recently. I think like Returnal was a big one of the first games that I was like, holy shit, the particle effects are getting crazy in those games. Like the sort of new generation. But yeah, I don't know. Control was quite beautiful. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Yeah. I don't know, what would be like... The fuck is that? Getting spam in my inbox, whatever. What would be like currently the most advanced recent game that came out, graphically speaking? Yeah, Lomeril for sure. Horizon, the new Horizon on PS5. Black Myth Wukong. What's up, Gibraltar? Hellblade 2. I guess like Alan Wake 2, a lot of people said looked really good. I mean, Black Myth Wukong, I don't know. Like what I've seen of it, it looks good, but it didn't look like mind-blowing or anything. I mean, yeah, Cyberpunk looks great and you know, very like scalable, but it's still, you know, it's still a 2020 game if that makes sense. I'm talking like sort of post-COVID, right? New generation. I wonder if there's like an Unreal 5 game that's sort of like setting the, you know, new standard or whatever. What's up, Atherma? How's the story of Robot Jesus going? You haven't missed much, actually. This is, well, literally the first chapter after we awaken from the grave, right? We're looking for Jericho. We found Jericho. It's a ship in a harbor, like an abandoned ship. We're inside right now. TP with full ray tracing is next level. I mean, I guess it will take some time, maybe for, you know, the next big Unreal Engine 5 like masterpiece to come out and actually push the sort of the envelope a bit further, I guess. Yeah, Faulty, I've seen some like crazy stuff, of course, like stuff that looks literally photorealistic, but no games yet. I mean, what's that shooter game I was playing at some point? The First Descendant. That's an Unreal 5 game, right? I think. It looks fine. Like, obviously, if you look at the fine details, yeah, there's a lot of like super refined, high fidelity stuff. Like the models, the textures, the particle effects. Everything is super high res. But it doesn't look that amazing. I don't know, like, it's not blowing my mind like something like Uncharted 4 did back when it came out. Or, you know, I don't know if it's a problem of art direction. I don't know if it's a problem of... Yeah, we'll see. I mean, and that's one thing. Like, I'm still looking at something like Elden Ring. As much as I'm not a huge fan of Elden Ring as a game, this game, it looks visually like striking because the art direction is so incredible in it. Even though technically speaking, it's like the game could have been coming out in 2015. Like it doesn't really look much better than Dark Souls 3 in terms of like fidelity, right? A little bit better, a bit more refined, but you know, it's not that big of an improvement. It's not like a massive complete revolution. It's still the same engine roughly. But the art direction is so stellar that it makes the game look, you know, better than most Unreal Engine 5 games that come out and just look like generic, bland asset flips, right? I don't know, maybe I should look at the Wukong game. I've only watched it on stream, which obviously sometimes is not, you know, it's not enough to get a good sense of how good the game looks, but yeah. Maybe I should play it myself, or at least do the benchmark thing. They've released the benchmark app, so yeah. Yeah, Gibraltar. I don't know if that's something we'll really see, because I feel like there's a gameplay problem here. Some games have tried that, right? Actual like collisions and all that. Way before, you know, like modern graphics became a thing. Like some early 3D games were trying to do that stuff. And it just ended up being not fun, I guess. Because it really like conflicts with fluid gameplay. I don't know, maybe there's a way to reconcile that, right? But yeah. I don't know. That's one of the things where I really wonder how you reconcile like realism and fun, right? Yes, okay, Najar? Yeah, that's definitely not how I feel, but obviously subjective, right? Strawberry yogurt ice cream slaps. Yeah, sounds good. Talos Principle 2 is on UE5. Looks amazing. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm excited to play The Last of Us Part 1, like the the remake, right? I guess we can call it a remake. I think it's in The Last of Us 2's engine. I'm looking forward to play that. And then I'm pretty sure The Last of Us 2 has a PS5 improved version, right? So that's going to be interesting too. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing those. Two still not on PC? I don't think so. Not yet. I think the first one, unfortunately, had a bit of a rough release, so hopefully, if they're still planning on releasing it, hopefully they, like, make sure to have good, you know, really take good care of the port so that it doesn't come out with the same reception. Had a lot of tech issues at first. How's 1080 feel on the stream, by the way? I forgot that we switched to 1080 recently, right, when I got the new computer. And we haven't really talked about it. Those of you who've been there for a while, do you even notice the difference? The fact that I'm in 1080 and not 936 anymore? Or does it just feel normal? Not really, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess most people watch in the normal, like, Twitch window next to the chat, which is 936p, right? So technically, it doesn't really change anything. I guess it will only change if someone watched full screen on a big monitor. But... or maybe side-to-side comparison. But yeah, hopefully no one is like experiencing more buffers or whatever because I'm in 1080 now. I don't think that's... you can always lower it, I guess, if that's the case. L2 to open. Emergency evacuation breathing device? Almost thought it said David. Would have been funny. Bitrate has been 8K, which is good for 1080. Yeah, I used to go 8K for 936. I've been on 8K bitrate forever at this point. So obviously in 836 it was a lot of, you know, a lot of data for a smaller resolution, so it was really good when there were a lot of stuff on the screen, right? It would not artifact too much. I think now we're experiencing sometimes a bit more artifacting in busy scenes, but For most games, I think it's better. Oh yeah, Therma, that sucks. Oh my god, where are we? Yeah, that's Fahrenheit, actually. I don't know if you played Fahrenheit Blood Flowers, but that's literally Fahrenheit. There's references to David Cage everywhere. The dude's literally there in the tutorial, talking to you. He's introducing himself to you in the tutorial. I'm David Cage, director and writer of Fahrenheit. And then he starts, like, teaching you how to play the game. And then when you're in the game, there's a ton of references to, like, David Cage stuff and, like, fake band posters with his face on it. And you know... It's... Man, Fahrenheit is an experience, let me tell you. Wish he kept that energy? Yeah, part of me kind of wishes too, actually. Part of me kind of wishes he kept that energy a little bit. Can I get up there? No? Okay. Explore the boat. Hold on, there's another one here. Okay. That one's locked. What's Twitch bitrate limit if there's one? If you're not a partner, it's much lower. If you're a partner, I think you can get away with 8. I'm not sure it lets you go higher than 8. Yeah, it may be, I think it's 6 for affiliates and 8 for partners. Something like that. Last I checked, at least it was. So that's why a lot of affiliates do 720, right? Because 1080 and 6K bitrate is not great. Okay, I hear sounds. There's someone walking in that boat. Maybe an animal. That has to be an animal. You miss full screen markets? Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of complete nonsensical stuff. Oh shit! RA9. I mean, you still have the Marcus emote, right? That you can use in chat if you want to, but... Yeah, the games haven't given us a lot of opportunities to use it. Hey, let's be hopeful. Maybe Detroit will suddenly start making no sense at all. Oh, fuck! What the fuck was that? That sound was completely unnecessary. Holy shit. What is this? Aliens? It's like in Aliens where when Newt, you know, flashes in front of everyone, like exact same sound. That high-pitched screeching sound. Hate it. Okay, it's not. I hate the visibility I have right now. Oh shit! That's gonna hurt. Yep. Uh-oh. Hey, guys.
Welcome to Jericho.
Okay. That's a little silly because... Wait, it was the only way to get there to fall through the floor? was that part of the... was that part of the you know... intronization to the thing? Yeah, that's a bit of a silly way to conclude this, right? Like an accident and suddenly like everyone's there and you're like, hey, what's up everybody? Well, yeah, but like normally you wouldn't, you know, are they rebuilding the catwalk every time? Why would they wait in a space where the catwalk can fall and literally fall on your head all the time? I don't know. I'm not trying to think about it too much. I find it just a little bit silly, but it's okay. Okay, found a bunch of androids. I'm assuming it's a bunch of deviants that got together somehow. And they're hiding from humans. That's what I'm getting, right, from this vibe. I'm trying to think what it reminds me of. A bit like the Matrix, right? You're like unplugged from the Matrix and you meet all these people on the ship, right? Bit of the sort of the same idea. Except unplugging from the Matrix in this case is you know, breaking away from your shackles as an android, I guess. Yeah. It's interesting. Also fits the I'm, you know, Android Jesus, aka Neo. You know? Kind of the same sort of concept, I guess. What happened to the painter? His son came in and it was a whole mess and he had a heart attack, but apparently he's okay. We don't really know what happened to him. We haven't seen him again after that scene. Oh shit, Connor and Hank, let's go! Jesus, Hank!
Hank, how you doing?
I'm getting software instability stuff. Reconcile with Lieutenant Anderson. Oh hell yeah, we're gonna eat some chicken sandwich with Hank and everything's gonna be just fine and dandy. Beautiful. I love that. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be for the next time. That's going to be for the next episode. Oh, I thought she was going to say something, but apparently not. All right. Thank you everyone for watching the show tonight. I truly appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Thanks for the 2 resubs. I appreciate. Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Thank you, Blood Flowers, for 5 gifted subs to the community. I appreciate that very much. Paying forward the gift you got from Grill Leaks. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate you feeling strongly enough to contribute. That means a lot. Thank you. And Fraswar, V-Power, that's an old school guy right there. Big Bug, Struggle Punk, Major Dumb Raccoon. You will all be remembered. Thank you so very much. Appreciate you. Anyway. I will be back on Sunday. Friday and Saturday are my days off, right? I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna try to be, you know, I know I haven't been streaming. I missed 2 days already this week, but I want to try to be good and get my schedule under control, and so we can start strong on Sunday again and get it right. So I'll be back on Sunday, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Detroit Become Human. I'm going to raid out in a second. If you don't mind waiting, I would appreciate it. And yeah, I don't think I have much else to say. I'm excited to continue on Sunday and experience more of this game. It's a really good game. I'm very hyped about it. So far, at least, having a really good time. And I hope you guys are having a good time watching too. Anyway, thank you everyone. Thank you for the raids as well. Forgot to mention that. Let me check who I'm gonna raid. Alright, I'll go raid Nasrallah. I don't wanna keep looking too much. Yeah, that's it. I don't have anything else to say. I'm gonna go eat some food because I'm fucking starving. Have a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I'll see you guys on Sunday. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.